In Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show, Philadelphia's longest-running sports talk morning show. On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
All right, weekend's over. Work week begins. It doesn't mean we can't have some fun. John Kincade Show. 97.5 The Fanatic. May not have been the greatest weekend. May turn out to be a blessing in disguise down the line. Who knows? We'll get into all that. How are you, Robert?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Wasn't the best weekend, I don't think. But good personal weekend. Just as far as doing this job, it wasn't the best weekend. I expected to come in and have it'll be a little bit more upbeat and optimistic. It's sort of taken a dark turn. Philly sports in the last, 5-6 days.
A dark turn?
Yeah.
In what way?
Well, the Rangers shut down, the Reese injury.
Yeah, they suck.
The Sixers.
That's all right.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not as
We'll
optimistic.
explain it later.
I hope so, though. We'll find out more around in the course of the day today. How are you, Patrick?
You picked the worst time to ask that question because I was leaning over to grab something from my bag. So that was it wasn't just a pregnant pause for the sake
I thought
of
it
pregnant
was.
pauses. No, I'm good. I'm not as doom and gloom. I don't want to say you're doom and gloom, but I
I'm
didn't look
not.
at
It was a bad weekend.
It was a meh weekend. I wouldn't
What was
say it was
good?
a bad weekend. What was good? Great question.
Not personally.
Beautiful
I'm talking
weather
about
yesterday.
Sports-wise. I'm talking about sports-wise.
Yeah,
Caitlin Clark was
There's no
awesome
way to.
last
There's no
night.
way to put lipstick on the turd. It was a terrible weekend, sports-wise.
Lipstick on a pig, sir.
Yeah, it
Let's
is.
get our
I think it is,
phrases
too.
right. Well, what was good? Great question there. And I think we'll get into it in the next 4 hours of what was good about this weekend. And I'm sure there was a lot.
Oh, yeah.
NCAA games were a lot of fun. Why? How can you not find fun in close, tight games?
I can find. I'll watch the endings and stuff like that. Absolutely. I am not watching the full games, but I will watch the endings. I've watched some of those. They were great. Controversy yesterday afternoon
Yeah.
on whether, much like in the Super Bowl, whether officials are supposed to swallow their whistles, which is a strange philosophy.
It's a great argument.
Do you
And
stop?
I thought Jay Wright and Charles Barkley. I thought everybody was awesome in their takes yesterday. And who's right, who's wrong? You're never going to know. But I thought it was such great conversation yesterday.
Jay
And
Wright is a star already.
Oh, yeah. And they had him in the middle seat yesterday, and it was like, damn, that guy got there quick.
He's elevated quickly.
Yeah. I thought the NCAA games this weekend were phenomenal. I loved watching all of them. Yeah, the ending call in that game yesterday, where a game you didn't call many fouls, you kind of called a ticky-tack one to decide the game. I understand both
Did
sides.
it remind you of the Super Bowl?
Yeah. It's
I mean, it was a
exactly it comes
deciding
up
call.
with. It was a call in a game that didn't make a lot of calls. It was a very physical game. To decide to call that at the end, yeah, you can question it.
That's
Is it a
just like in
foul
the
in a
Super
normal
Bowl.
game? Probably.
And is it a foul by definition? Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean that's the problem I've got with it is by definition it's a foul. Much like in the Super Bowl. By definition it's a foul.
Yeah.
But
And
people are
Barkley
like,
had,
well, wait a minute. Why didn't you call it?
Yeah, Barkley had a great point. Look, you got to know time and place. And that's the argument I made about the Super Bowl, and I'll stick with it. I'm kind of with Barkley on it. You got to know the time and place. I thought it was a good sports weekend. Yeah, the Sixers did what they did. I finished it up by watching women's going into the Final Four last night. This girl, Caitlin Clark, that I told you about before for Iowa.
Right.
She
You said
is
one of the favorite
phenomenal.
players, right?
She went for 41, 12, 10, and 9 last night.
That's all?
What was the 9? Turnovers. But the turnovers are mostly because she throws the ball to places that people just aren't expecting, and they should be. But I had a great sports weekend watching. So, yeah, the Sixers, they are where they are, and we'll talk about that later. We have a lot coming up on that.
And a lot of different thoughts on that one. Bradford White Water Heaters are here for the pro. Bradford White, get you ready for the start of your week here on the John Kincade Show. Thanks, Bradford White, for keeping everything under control in our home. The Morning Mindbender, according to Indeed.com, job seekers were asked to answer a simple question upon submitting their resume. Would you rather eat a dead bug or a live worm? Why would they ask that question? Which had the higher percentage?
Yeah, what are they? What's the resume for? Like, what are they going to be? I don't know,
bug eater?
work in a zoo?
Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, Coach, explain.
I don't know.
He doesn't know why.
I don't know
I think
why
you
they
made
would
this
do that.
up.
I think it's some of these places just want to see what kind of response you would give to some bizarre questions.
I would say I would like to eat the live worm.
Oh, I go the opposite. I go dead bug.
We have somebody here that asks, like, I've been told they asked this kind of question. Not this particular one, but a similar type of, what the hell do you need that for? It was like, would you rather be a door or a knob?
What?
Yeah. And it's one of those, like, what are you getting out of that?
Someone here?
Yeah, somebody here. I've been told that's one of the questions in the interview process. Would you rather be like a door or a knob?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I hate having my time wasted. That would feel like a time. That would feel like a time wasted.
That's you're too smart for the room. Overthinking things. I will go with.
Tell
dead
Grussman to
bug.
stop asking it.
Yeah, I'll
Hey,
go
it's not
dead bug
Grossman.
too.
I want live worm because I know I can swallow it and it's done.
What's that?
Coach?
Josh?
I don't know about that. You swallow that live worm and it's living in your stomach.
It'll come out eventually.
I don't know.
What are you going with, Coach? Are you dead bug?
I prefer to
I would go
swallow.
dead bug too, but 65% of the people surveyed said that they would rather have the dead bug.
Oof.
35% said live worm.
Because I'd sign up and say dead bug, and then somebody would say, "Okay, here's your dead roach," and I'd pass out. I would absolutely.
Well, I'm not enjoying either one, to tell you the truth.
No, I'm not
but
either.
If I
If I
had
need-
to
if I
do
need
one,
to
give
do
me a
that-
dead bug.
To get a job, I'm probably just applying somewhere else.
I would be.
Good point.
I
Ben.
honestly, that would be an interview that wouldn't go well, because I'd just be like, why are we talking about this? What is the what Oprah documentary did you watch that said this was a good question to ask? So, hey, Wawa's panini flavors are getting even bolder. They got buffalo chicken with creamy mac and cheese. Try a new bold panini today. Got to have a Wawa. And I got an update. He sent me a picture of his new tie. Our listener who got mac and cheese. When I said, how do you eat that thing? And he said he had one, and he got mac and cheese on his tie. But he
got a new tie?
He had a brand new tie to wear.
Ah,
It was clean. So
congratulations on his
he's
success.
going to need a bib at that point. The 76ers of the chase of the 2 seed to me is technically over. I think it's done. After 2 disastrous fourth quarter West Coast defeats, it's done. You're not going to be the 2 seed. You're going to be the 3 seed. I don't think that's necessarily a disaster in itself, but I would say that Friday and Saturday night's efforts were disastrous. That, to me, I expected a hell of a lot more when there was still stuff on the line. I still think the 2 seed was very much it was in play, and you had an opportunity to do something with it, and it didn't happen. I was a little shocked. And that was honestly, you talk about waste of time. It was sort of a waste of time to try to stay up to watch especially the fourth quarter Saturday was terrible. That was an awful fourth quarter.
Yeah, well, Saturday, you kind of wonder if the legs are going to come into play on the fourth quarter of a back-and-back on the West Coast. Friday, you're playing a Golden State team that still has championship players. They're 30-8 at home.
What is that? I mean, seriously, what is
remember
it?
we talked about it on Friday? I said there's something about Golden State. Even going there before they were winning championships, it's just a different place, and it's higher energy, and the game's going faster than you normally see in an NBA game, and you saw that especially in the fourth quarter on Friday night. Yeah, look, Doc Rivers has resigned himself. We should have seen this coming. He resigned himself on Thursday or Wednesday before they went out to the West Coast and said, yeah, I'd rather go in healthy. I want to go in healthy. We haven't been healthy the last 2 years, so we're going to do it this year.
And by the way, I do not criticize that strategy, Pat. If that's what Doc Rivers thinks he needs to do, if he thinks it's better to go into the playoffs healthy, we've tried everything else.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not going to.
Crazy thing of being healthy.
He knows his team, so I'm not going to criticize the strategy.
I don't have a problem with the strategy because you're pretty much locked into the 3 seed. So, you have a shot at the 2 seed, I guess, but it's probably going to be pretty tough. And
Right.
you're going to be one of the top 3 seeds no matter what. So, yeah, try this health thing. It's crazy because I'd like to know. I'd like to at least have a barometer of where this team could be if healthy, and I haven't really ever gotten that question answered. So.
Well, you won't get it. The answer appears we will not get it on James Harden. They're going to do the smoke and mirror thing on James Harden here. What's going on, Bob? I mean, you have to have gotten.
Yeah, he's got a foot
information.
that's bothering him, and they think that with rest he's going to be Achilles. Yeah, they think it's something that's going to be better with rest, and he could be back to 100%. I'll do the column on this later, but they've played really good basketball over a long period of time when they're healthy.
Yes, they did.
Right?
Yes,
so that's what Doc Rivers goes back to. So what are you doing? I was a little confused this weekend. He seemed to go to playoff lineup without Harden. Like, he played only Niang and Milton off the bench significant minutes. I thought it would open up a lot more. I thought with him saying what he said, well, we want to be healthy, we'll go with the third seed. And then there's Embiid playing all those minutes and everybody else, starters playing unbelievable amounts of minutes. I thought he would, tune it down a little bit. Now, you still have to hold on to that 3 seed. And Cleveland's only 2 games back. But
3 in the loss column, I believe.
Yeah, so I don't know where it's exactly going, but it looks like he's just going to health and getting these guys that are healthy ready to play for the playoffs.
I'm going to give Doc the benefit of the doubt. Again, he knows his team better than I do. So if he thinks that rest is the way to go, that's the strategy he's taken. I don't believe if they don't get out of the second round, Doc will be making that decision again next spring. So he has to do what he thinks is best.
Yeah.
And I believe he's doing is, I really do believe he appears, you would know much more than me. He appears compassionate to a player's sort of challenges, to the health issues, to the schedule issues, to things like that. I think he is a guy that he understands that he played the game.
Sure.
And I think he's compassionate towards it.
Yeah. And I think he has a very good relationship with players. We saw video early in the year, I think it was training camp, the way he's talking to Harden. And a lot of people don't get this. They think it's coach overrides everything and all. No, it's kind of a communication thing. It's kind of James Harden's been in the league longer than Doc Rivers was. So as a player. So he knows that James Harden knows the league almost as well as he does. So it's a communication thing. I think he's communicating with Harden and saying, what do you think's better? You need to play or do you need to sit? Do you need to rest it? And I'll bet you Harden's playing his ass off in practices during the day and keeping himself ready to go. I just think, they don't want to put too much on him.
Pat would say on Saturday afternoon, congratulations, by the way, to Tim Saunders on 25 years as the Flyers radio play-by-play guy. And I got to tell you, I was shocked, Pat, rolling into the stadium on Saturday afternoon for the game against Detroit with my wife. We went to the game, her favorite team's the Flyers, and that was, if that wasn't a sellout, there was a few empty seats. That place was packed. I mean, it's a Saturday 1 o'clock, so a lot of people bring kids, including the guy next to us who had his kids climbing over the seats and throwing food at each other and everything. But it was definitely a packed house. And Tim Saunders got a lot of love.
He should. He's very good at his job. Looking at it, it's original 6 opponent. So
yeah,
they do draw pretty well for original 6 teams. But other than that, I don't know why there would be such a great crowd. I can't make sense of it.
It was
there
packed.
A giveaway?
No.
Yeah,
There was no giveaway. The place was. I took video and showed even when it was at the end of the first period because people were like, I had taken a picture when I got there saying, "Let's go Flyers," and showed the ice door. And people were like, "Yeah, big empty barn today," and I was like, "Well, no, if it wasn't a sellout, it was as close to a sell as it could be. It was packed, and it was a lot of people were having fun, and we're still cheering for." The Flyers were getting
wins.
Yeah. I mean, people were still. I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, people don't want to go. People don't want to go to a game and cheer for a loss.
Have you and Tim Saunders been and Coatsy been squabbling about this? Because I sort of felt Saturday they were talking about you at the end of the game.
Not that I don't.
Yeah, they were talking.
They know my feelings on it.
Well, they were talking about they don't understand people that don't understand the professional athletes do not want to lose.
Oh no, I understand that part. I understand that wholeheartedly.
And that winning and that losing doesn't teach you any. It doesn't help a franchise. Losing doesn't help. That was their case on the broadcast. What do you think?
What do those guys know?
If you give me any kind of athlete that goes on the floor, court, ice, whatever, and has losing in their head, I don't want them on my team. No, when the Sixers did the process, it wasn't the players went out there trying not to win. It was they didn't have good enough players to go out to win.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So the Flyers have some decent players, some good players. They have a really good coach, and that keeps them from winning. They're not. If they're tanking, they're just not doing it in the right way. It's not that the players should play any differently.
He's already with 10 games to go. He's already 8 points ahead of last year. And he was arguably missing 3 critical players who contribute a lot to last year. Mm-hmm. Well, 2 of them contributed a lot to last year.
He gets the most out of what he's given. He's a very good coach.
He really is.
It's just happening in an
inopportune year. Right?
Did we acknowledge Coatsy calling it quits? I don't think we talked about that at all.
No, that news came out after our show on Friday.
Yeah. How about that?
Okay, now you've just I swear to God, I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
No.
Yeah, Coatsy's retiring.
He is going to retire?
He's done. That's why even more kudos to Saunders for putting up with him for 25 years.
I would say they're the way around.
Those two have such a great chemistry.
I would say I would say Saunders is the reason why he's retiring. He can't deal with it anymore.
Can't deal with it anymore?
No, those guys, their chemistry is incredible.
God, he's going to be
missed. There's a great story on Coatsy this weekend.
I feel terrible that I missed it.
Yeah, it was awesome.
You're not going to find many people in the industry that don't like Coatsy. He's just one of those guys.
Love the dude.
Yeah, he's incredible.
I said, it's the best compliment that can be given, Pat, is met him as an intern, then an employee, then a broadcast peer. He treats everybody exactly the same.
Like an a-hole.
Yes, just a total jerk. What an a-hole.
He's the man.
He's a great guy. We love Coatsy.
He will be missed.
We will absolutely celebrate Coatsy. We're going to have a Coatsy appreciation. Hey, you can get 0% financing and a free estimate when you book at cherryroofingandsiding.com. Since 1975, they've been providing service with a cherry on top. So not all gloom and doom. There's some positives, but the Phillies get ready to start their season, and there's a story with the Phillies that seems eerily familiar. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Okay, what do you
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Thanks so much for getting up early with us on this Monday morning. Get to work. Be safe on the roadways. Grab yourself a cup of coffee. John Kincade Show on 97.5 thefanatic.com. And if you want to look your best, feel your best, and stay forever young, visit the number 4 everyoungphilly.com. It's Forever Young Anti-Aging Clinic in Center City. So word comes out over the last few days that contract talks have broken off with Aaron Nola. They've broken down more. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to come to an extension, which was discussed before spring training would begin. They thought maybe there'd be a deal before the season. There's not. Now I got a couple quotes for you here from the Nola camp, because everybody's feeling a little bleak about this yesterday. Last 2 days, reading the local newspapers. From Nola's camp, I understand the business of baseball. I'll focus on this team winning and getting to the playoffs. Aaron Nola, too, the landscape is different than what it was before. And the Phillies reportedly still love the player. They want him in pinstripes for the long haul, but there's a lot of uncertainty as to whether they're going to be able to meet in a number. How's that make you feel about Aaron Nola?
I'm all right. Yeah, I know. I took it all in this weekend from both sides. And, when you first see that talks have broken down, you think, that's bad. Maybe it is. There might be some animosity on either side. That's a strong word. Disappointment on either side.
Stubbornness
that
or something.
Didn't get done, and, we wanted it done, and so did we, but this, but that. Okay. Who wins on this right now? It has to be the Phillies. Kind of a prove-it year. If Nola goes out and, poops the bed or can't get you 32, 33 starts without wearing down in the playoffs. I mean, that's their holding point right now, that he kind of wore down in the playoffs last year. But that's a long season, and he pitched well. I wouldn't mind him here. I would like him here. I hope they can agree to something. I'd like him to finish his career here. But right now, I'm kind of like both sides. Even though they might be posturing a little bit, I'm not worried about that at all.
I'm going to make you feel good about the Nola story, about all those quotes and everything. Pat, you want me to make you feel good about the Nola story this morning?
Feel good, Pat.
All right, go ahead.
Every one of those quotes that I read from the Phillies and from Aaron Nola's camp, reportedly, I lied to you. That was from the JT Realmuto when the contract negotiations broke down between the Phillies and JT Realmuto.
So you're a liar.
Correct. I used the same
that's
quotes when the JT Realmuto contract talks broke down in the exact same way that they reportedly have now broken down with Aaron Nola. I just inserted the quotes from the NBC Sports Philadelphia piece that were used at the time by the Phillies and by Realmuto's camp after things broke down, and things looked really bleak. But they all worked out.
See what he did there, Pat?
I think
he lied to us.
Trickery.
But I think it makes you smile.
It does.
In the fact, it does to me.
No, it doesn't, because you lied to us.
Well, that's different.
We can't trust you. I thought we were a team.
Well, what makes me smile, though, is the same things were being said about JT Realmuto. Almost exact same quotes. Like going to the Philadelphia Inquirer the other day and then reading these quotes from the Realmuto story years ago. It's the same. It's a dance. Yeah. And it all worked out last time. And Realmuto got very happy, got paid, he's happy, and then he helped perform to help the Phillies get to a World Series. That, to me, is just a smiling point of this, is that I am not going to overreact to Aaron Nola contract negotiations breaking down.
No.
Because it happened before, and it turned out to work out in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, and, this could be good for Nola. On their side, they're looking at it as, well, you have another year like you did last year. You're going to get paid. You're going to get paid very well, and they're probably going to want to keep you. You look at it the Philly side, and they say, well, if he has a decent year or maybe under decent, we're not going to have to lose a bunch of money. Maybe we pay him less. So it's good all around. I didn't mind it at all. Baseball contracts, unlike most other sports, it doesn't really come into play all that much, probably because, there's no cap or whatever. But I'm all good with it.
And he likes being here. They like him.
Yeah, I think it's a good fit.
So hopefully don't just don't overreact to when you hear the contract negotiations broke down, because it shows you the exact same thing was being said about JT Realmuto. It all worked out. I trust John Middleton.
Well, we can't trust you now, we found out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I thought that would make you smile, because it would be like, well, wait a minute. We've been on this song and dance before, and it all worked out. And
Yeah,
hopefully it works out, and hopefully it works out again.
I don't worry about that. I don't see Nola going anywhere.
You know?
I think it's a good fit. Homegrown kid in your organization, all of that. He's just been rock solid. We can argue the goodness and the bad. He's just been rock solid. We can all agree on that.
He absolutely has done a good job.
And yeah, I think you need that. And moving forward with this team, seemingly going to be as good as they're going to be over the next 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah, he's going to be a big piece of it, and he'll be back.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that.
Hey, in Cooney's Corner, Bob wants to know what you think of the decision-making process.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
Yeah, we really can't be upset. We can look for particulars in these final 10 Sixers games and all of those things, but you really can't be upset with what the happenings were over the weekend. You can be upset at the fourth quarter, how they got outscored by Golden State, and then again the next night, and you wonder, against Phoenix, and you wonder, okay, what's the fourth quarter thing? I don't. Look, Doc Rivers told us on Wednesday night, that's it. We got the third seed. That's where we're going to go, and we want to be healthy going into the playoffs. That's their main concern. That's what they're seriously looking at. A lot of people are looking at tonight's matchup with Jokic to say, oh, here it is, the MVP battle. It wouldn't shock me if Embiid didn't play tonight.
Oh, no, that would be terrible.
I mean, he just went back-to-back, 30-plus minutes, played his ass off. My God, was he good on Friday night. Doc Rivers is happy with the third seed, and that's where they're going to be.
Yes.
And there's nothing between now, really hardly nothing between now and the end of the season that's going to change that. So he's made the decision. The question is everybody okay with it? And I'm going to have more on this in the column in an hour. But are you okay with it? He made this decision. Are you okay?
Yes. I'm not gonna question his judgment on this, because first of all, the Sixers are feeding, Cade information on the air, going minor foot injury for James Harden, and now it ends up taking him out of 3 consecutive games. So that doesn't sound like a minor foot injury. I'm going to trust that Doc Rivers has spoken to his medical staff and is saying, hey, we got to be healthy. No one's complained more about them being broken down and stumbling across the finish line than I have. So, yes, I'll trust Doc Rivers.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust this decision-making process.
Okay, here it is. So, this is what's going to happen. You're going to get Harden in there sometimes to get him, keep his body ready, and I'm sure he's doing the workouts and all that stuff, and he's probably working behind the scenes more than we know. But are you okay with it, Pat? Are you okay that this is third seed is what it is, and that's what they've decided on?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'd rather have them go in as a third seed and be healthy than go in as the 2 seed and be banged up. There's no point of really taxing yourself to get the number 2 seed, because you're going to end up getting hammered in the playoffs because of it. So you might as well just go in healthy. It's a crazy thought.
Yeah. What do you think?
Health thing.
I threw it out there just for a half a second, and John scoffed at it. But what would you think if they sat Embiid tonight?
I think it would be pathetic.
I kind of hate it.
It would be absolutely pathetic.
Well, it goes against what we're saying, though.
No.
You're saying you're okay for them to, be healthy and all that stuff. He just played back-to-backs. He hasn't hardly missed any games. This is this is a brutal. At the time of the season, 3 games in 4 nights. It's ridiculous, especially against these opponents.
You cannot.
Well, if you're okay with them sitting and resting and getting healthy for the playoffs, tonight might be a scheduled off night for Embiid.
Not against Jokic.
Why? Are you into individual awards?
He obviously is.
Who?
If Joel Embiid,
I don't give a crap what he thinks.
I understand, but it's obvious is that you do not want. This is when Joel Embiid puts up and shows the country. He already did it one time on a Saturday afternoon, and it was glorious. And yes, I want to see it one more time. I just want to see an emphatic make a delivery that this guy is the complete player, where I think Jokic is a, not one-trick pony. I shouldn't say that. That's not fair. Is more one-dimensional than Joel Embiid.
Does Embiid really have to show tonight that he's the MVP? It hasn't
Show up to
60-some
play.
games?
Would Jordan not show up to play?
Oh, now we're Jordan.
No, I'm saying is would the greatest players of the
But
game
you
not
just
show
got
up to
done
play against
saying
each
it's
other?
okay to rest to get ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, you can rest next time. Next game, you can rest. You don't rest this one.
Why?
Because already you got the rest of the time to rest. This is a big game tonight for Joel Embiid to show everybody exactly what he's worth.
So we do care about MVP.
Put the exclamation point on. He cares.
I don't care if he cares. I
know
want him
you
healthy for the playoffs.
I'm
playing devil's advocate,
I understand.
obviously.
No one's going to make him. It's not going to make him unhealthy. And guess what? If tonight's game makes him unhealthy for the playoffs, then we got bigger problems. Pat, you're on it too, right? You want to see this tonight?
I absolutely want to see him play tonight. Yeah, I want to see him cook that Serbian ass. I think he will because he does it every time he plays.
Yes.
Jokic. Every time he plays Jokic, there's a faint smell of burnt Serbian in the arena because he just gets absolutely torched.
What does that smell like?
Yeah, it's
like a hot dog smell.
You got to be there.
You got to be there.
But yeah, look, Bob's right. I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because I want the guy to be healthy, and yet he's clearly tired, and I want him to play tonight. But yeah, I want him to play because he's playing Jokic. These are the matchups that you circle on the calendar. There aren't a lot of them coming down the stretch. This is one of them. The Boston game remaining is another one.
Next Tuesday night against Boston. That's one you want to watch.
It'll also help Bobby because he's now training at elevation.
Really?
You know?
Oh, it will? Yeah.
If you think about it long term, this will help with the lungs.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
All right, because his lungs after playing 68 games aren't.
Not good enough. Now you're playing in Denver, high out. Next level with this.
Okay.
I got another reason he wants to play tonight, and why the game tonight matters. The Sixers have aspirations to win an NBA title, right? They have home court over everybody in the West. They're going to have home court over every single team that comes out of the West, except the Denver Nuggets. If you beat they're almost dead even with Denver right now. But if you win tonight, you've won the season series, so you win the tiebreaker. So there's another reason why you treat tonight's game differently.
Well, then play Harden.
Because if you want to be, I would. I absolutely would play Harden. He's had 3 nights off for his minor foot injury that the PR department told us. The minor foot injury.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's minor, then he should play tonight, win this game, and then have that tiebreaker because you would want that. You'd want home court advantage in the NBA Finals.
Well, you're not getting to the NBA Finals unless you're healthy.
Well, you can be healthy if James Harden
chicken and egg here.
If James Harden playing tonight with his minor foot injury, if he plays tonight and it causes him to miss, then he wasn't going to hold up anyway. So it wasn't going to be. Tonight's the game I want. After this point, I'm fine. Just as long as you don't fritter away that 3 seed. I don't believe Cleveland's catching them for it, but just don't fritter that away. Is that a word, fritter? It's like
you just made it.
But is it a proper use of the
confidence.
word? But is it a proper use of the word fritter?
I mean, if you say it with confidence, no one's going to question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't say it with enough
You just got to
confidence.
say it with your chest.
Like an
questioned
apple.
yourself.
Like an apple fritter. Made the mistake. We made the mistake at had dessert as a couple a few weeks back, and we went with an apple fritter over a piece of apple pie. Made the mistake.
A rookie mistake.
Yeah. Well, you have to make mistakes
It was
to learn
the
from.
apple fritter, or it was like an apple turnover or something. Too much like breading.
Yeah.
Like an apple pie's great. Get a
Apple
nice
pie's a
crispy
good
crust
thing.
and everything.
Little warm apple pie with
Yeah.
a little vanilla ice cream on top.
The apple fritter.
I can bang an apple pie.
Too much. What do you call it? Skin? Whatever they call it. Too much coating. Just not enough apple.
No?
There's nothing worse than ordering food at a place, and as soon as you get it, you go, oh, I made a bad decision.
We made a choice.
I should have gotten
We
this.
should make there has to be, Pat, there's a restaurant concept in there somehow where you could say, okay, I'm not pleased with what I want. Once you get to see it or once you get into it, then maybe you could give back half of it or something.
Called a buffet, John.
Like somebody could take it.
Buffet. You get something you don't want it, you go back and get something else.
This is very exciting, John. I've got great news for you. They're all over the country. They're called buffets.
Ah,
They're created by a guy named Jimmy.
yes.
You just go up, you help yourself.
You just go and get whatever you want.
And there's a lot of them in the place that you really like to go to, Las Vegas.
Oh yeah, there are.
So, very exciting time to be alive.
You are a fan? You like the Bellagio one?
Yeah, the Bellagio one's really, really good.
It didn't suck, right, Pat?
Yeah, the Caesars one is incredible.
Did you have the crab legs?
No.
Because the crab legs is where they lose money.
Where did we go? The
Bellagio.
You went
We
to
went to
Bellagio.
Bellagio.
The
Okay.
people who eat the crab legs that they reportedly make them go broke. That's where there's certain people who go to the buffets that they make money.
Crab in the desert, it's tough to find.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, right up. They go right up to the fountain, Pat.
I would say Pat absolutely gets his money worth and then some at the buffet.
See, I would have guessed differently that he doesn't.
Oh no, Pat does well.
Pat, do you think you get?
I basically that's my meal for the day. Like, I don't really eat after that.
Okay.
In desserts alone, he gets his money worth.
Yeah, we have to, we have to party.
Yeah.
We're in Vegas, gentlemen. I mean,
he was there for the draft.
Coach, are you a buffetsman?
I've been to the sushi buffet over at the Mount Fuji near my house, and that's
Okay.
good. But the regular buffets, like the casino buffets,
Not as big a
not
fan.
so much.
What about the conveyor belt sushi? Have you done that one?
I'm
Where
not
they-
sure what that is.
They have
Well, you know
the
what a
dim
conveyor
sum
belt is.
the dim sum places where the food comes right by you on like a conveyor belt.
belt. Yeah, it goes around.
Nah, I'm out on that.
Grab it.
I think I'd be out. I think I'd be out on it too because I'm wondering if someone else is like taking something and then putting it
Yeah.
back.
I'm out.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I feel like they have probably. I mean, there's a code of conduct. You can't be doing that.
They don't even know whether you're allowed to drink the water here or not. Yesterday,
has a point.
Yesterday they put out the alert: do not drink the water under any circumstances. So they send to all the Temple kids, don't drink the water. And then it's like, oh no, now you can drink the water.
Only
then
until
noon.
11:59
Yeah, like 11,
p.m.
then you can't drink the water.
No.
It's like it is the most bass-backwards thing I've ever heard in my life. First of all, I wouldn't trust it today. So I said, go get some more. So she got a couple cases of water. And I'm like, don't trust the water yet until this has a few days to go through.
Yeah, like for use of cooking and all of that stuff. Your first reaction is, how many people drink tap water anymore? Water.
Well, the thing is, though, is they use Britas, those Brita filters. The kids in the dorms use the Britas. So, I don't think I'd feel that bad about that. But when you can drink bottled water, just drink it for now. But this is really a strange story.
There's a run on water now.
A lot of disasters going on. Notice that?
Yeah.
A lot of train derailments,
Not
explosions. The poor people at the candy factory the other day.
Reading, God,
Oh, my
heartbreaks.
gosh.
Yeah, it's horrible.
That looked like, that building looked like it was something out of a war zone.
Yeah.
I mean, just terrible. Horrible, horrible stories out there. Hey, in Pat's point of view, pitching. That's on his mind as we are 3 days from the Phillies opener. By the way, we will be at the PJs in Doylestown on Thursday afternoon to watch the opener with you. So come on by and enjoy PJ Wellahan's newest location in Doylestown coming up this Thursday. We will look forward to seeing you there. John Kincade. BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app has the odds, slots, bets, and games all coming together in perfect harmony right in your pocket. You can download it now at betparks.com. Wednesday morning, we get out the ledger of accountability, and we will make our numbers on the Phillies season. So you can go to that BetParks app now and bet over-unders and things like that if you wish. I've taken the Pat Egan strategy now, and every free bet that I get, I put on a futures bet, and the Trey Turner 14-1 wild card, MVP is one that I'm hoping ends up being pretty wild for me at the end of the year, Pat.
You got to put some of those on the Phillies to win the World Series, Johnny.
I've already done that.
Yeah, that's where you make your money. Right
already
there.
done.
The MVPs are tough to hedge. That's why I usually go with just like World Series winners.
See, little tidbits like that, Pat. That's why you're extremely valuable.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever actually won based on who I thought was going to win. I usually end up winning my money based on the ability to hedge.
Well, I guess, too, is that I am a selfish bastard, Bob, that part of the reason why I want Embiid to play tonight is because I want to take out all doubt that he wins MVP, because the MVP will be a very nice payout to me as I used $115 in free bets on Joel Embiid for MVP.
So it's all about you. You don't care about the health of this team going into the playoffs, Kincade. All you care about is the monetary winnings that will line your pockets should Joel Embiid win the MVP. Okay.
I wish I could
see
argue.
who you are now.
I wish I could argue.
You lied to us earlier.
Yeah, I wish I could
And
argue.
now
No,
you don't care about our teams.
I honestly didn't even think about I swear to you, I did not even think about the MVP bets until doing the BetParks app there, and I'm like,
Sure you didn't.
Yeah, now I feel good about that.
Yeah, I think this it's not even a smear campaign. It's a real campaign.
By the way, I
It's a
cashed
truth campaign. Something you know nothing about if they're lying to us.
I cashed the Flyers over under point total. Cashed that one, betting the over on John Tortorella. It doesn't get us Connor Bedard or anything, but I did cash that one.
No, it got you something. Once again, this is about you. It got you something,
Worked out
but
well.
it didn't get the team something. It didn't get the city something. It's becoming obvious of who you actually are.
Coach, you need to speak about your union. What's going on?
Good Lord.
What's going on?
They just look like they are completely uninspired. Now, they're 2 wins, 3 losses so far in the season, and not that it is an excuse. They were down a couple guys. Some guys are playing for their countries right now in
Under
some
20,
international
right?
play. Yep. And Julian Carranza had a red card in the last game, so he was out for this game.
Sounds
And
like
of
you're
course,
making excuses.
They don't have the number 1 goalkeeper in the entire league in Andre Blake because he's still out hurt.
Now, Andre
He's got a groin issue, right, Coach?
Things progressing well, though, at least if
Yeah,
I'm hearing.
they're hoping that he's back this weekend.
Okay.
That's what they're hoping.
Good. Come on back, Andre.
It's not good. I mean, they just look.
No, they look listless.
They gave up a goal in the first 2 minutes of the game on Saturday, which was on the Fanatic, which sounded awesome. But yeah, they just look like they're. You know what they look like? They look like a team that went to the finals last year and are waiting for the playoffs.
I think the CONCACAF stuff really messes with you, too.
I do, too.
I mean, you had 3 games in 7 days. That's unheard of. Ridiculous. They go down to El Salvador, which is, that's a thing within itself. As Jim was telling us on Friday, armed guards taking them everywhere. You're playing on a field that probably was worse than any high school field that we've seen through the years.
Except for the Super Bowl.
And then, you go into the regular season, crappy night on Saturday. They're okay. They're fine. It's all going to bounce back. They'll be all right.
The only thing I worry about, Coach, is long-term, like seeding and things like that being affected by playing a road game when you could have a home game, home match, those type of things down the line because of early struggles.
Yeah, I got you. But
that's the only thing I care
as Bob said, they've got 30-something games left, 30 games left. They'll be fine.
Hey, if you snore, maybe you think you have sleep apnea. Well, check out sleephealthypa.com. It's a sleep solution you've been looking for. That's sleephealthypa.com. And in Pat's point of view, we talked about Aaron Nola earlier, and there is a bigger picture view of this entire story, and Pat's got it.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Hi, guys. It's me.
Hi, Pat.
So the injury bug is rearing its ugly little head. It took down Ranger Suarez recently. And after the Andrew Painter stuff, this isn't something I think we were banking on. It's to be dealing with injuries to the starting pitching rotation early on this season. So you've got Zach Wheeler, Aaron Nola, Taijuan Walker, Bailey Falter, and they'll probably go with a Matt Stram. But he's going to be kind of an opener. He'll give you 2 or 3 innings, and then they'll kind of go with bullpen by committee for the rest of the game, which I hate. But is too much being made of this? Is too much being made of the fact that they now look at their rotation, and they opened up training camp. They opened up with spring training with 6 pitchers, and now they're down to 4.
Healthy.
Yeah, healthy, and now they're down to 4. Is too much being made of it, or is this a situation of, no, this is a serious issue? Like how, and it all really boils down to the injury to Ranger Suarez. How worried are you about that? Because I think he is really the linchpin of this rotation. You were kind of banking on him. He's a lefty, which really helps. But you're looking at Zach Wheeler, Aaron Nola up front. That's great. Ranger Suarez, and then Taijuan Walker. You really weren't banking on having an injury like this pop up. How worried are you? Because you've got Painter coming eventually. Griff McGarry and Mick Abel. I mean, Griff McGarry is closer than Abel is. Like, there is help on the way. It just won't be here immediately.
I worry about Ranger Suarez because I'm not buying the story we're being told. It keeps changing. It's like, oh, no, we're not worried about it. We're not, and then it just seems like it's just lingering or just keeps going on. I'm hoping he's okay. And whatever happened down there pitching for Team Mexico, that's not good. And hopefully he's going to be okay because he is critical to this team getting. They're not you with Taijuan Walker. You replaced. You got yourself a solid number 3 pitcher or number 4, depending on how it all shakes out in this rotation. But that was supposed to be in complement to Ranger Suarez.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not worried about it yet. And John, you're right. Did he throw on Friday? Remember they said Friday he was going to throw a little bit. I didn't keep up on it. Nola got roasted this weekend. I was watching some of the game that he pitched on. I think it was Saturday or maybe Friday, whatever. But as we all know, early in the season, there's a lot of days off. And, they start on Thursday, then they go again Sunday.
Well, that's one of the reasons why, it's not to cut you off there, Bobby, but that's another thing is normally you skip your 5th starter anyway the first 2 weeks of the season because the day's off.
Yeah, but that'd be skipping Bailey Falter.
No, but now you're
skipping your 3rd.
But that's my point. Is like you're not actually going with this bullpen by committee game.
Right.
There's a chance that you might be able to go into the season, and now you're moving up everybody. But Ranger Suarez would be technically, I guess, your 5th now, but really just in order alone. Like you're skipping his starts. Okay, if he's able to come back, you really didn't miss anything. You missed 2 Ranger Suarez starts, but you supplemented them with Bailey Falter starts.
You're okay. See, now you're talking yourself into being okay, Pat.
As long as we hear that there is no injury here, like a real injury that is going to linger, because that's the scary proposition. We have no idea because it keeps changing. The wording on it, they have no definitive answer on what's going on here, and that concerns me. Because I would have thought he would have been. He was expected, by the way, when he came back from Team Mexico, he was expected to be okay by now.
Yeah.
When he came back, they were like, "Oh yeah, well he'll probably be ready for the season, but he'll be throwing probably 3 innings to start. He wouldn't miss a start in the rotation, and then now it's it's not there yet."
But Pat, your point is perfect, and it should make us all feel a little bit better. That you usually don't get that 5th starter an awful lot for the first. I don't know. What do you want to say, Pat? 20 games?
I would say 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay.
At least.
So all you're doing is you're not getting Ranger Suarez. So they've already listed their starters for games 1 through 3 and game 5.
Okay.
And it goes Nola, Wheeler, Walker. They haven't announced anybody for the first game against the Yankees, and then Strom for the second game against the Yankees. Well, that's a Bailey Falter. And then you go Strom, and then you go back to your starting rotation. There's a couple days off there. So instead of missing a Bailey Falter start or 2, you're missing a Ranger Suarez start or 2. I'm not comparing the 2 to say they're equal, but that's just the way it is. Better to happen early in the season. And as you said, John, hopefully this doesn't linger.
Who should have been the opening day starter, Pat?
I don't have a problem with Aaron Nola being the opening day starter. I would have probably had Zach Wheeler, though.
Zach Wheeler earned it.
But I think there is something to be said for the longevity of Nola doing it. Like, Nola didn't do anything to not get it.
No, he was outpitched though.
He was, but
Wheeler is your best pitcher
he didn't do
2 years in a
anything
row
to not earn an opening day start. Like it might be and in a contract year. I know talks broke down, but
that can still
I don't know
work
how
out.
I don't know how much that works against them. If they were to give it to Zach Wheeler, like we're looking at Corbin Burns with Milwaukee get pissed off over $250,000 or whatever, and what was said about him. I mean, these people are human, and he might take it as, well, what the hell did I do to not get an opening day start? I've been opening day starter 5 straight times.
I think he would look across the room and go, Wheeler's outpitched me the last 2 years.
You would hope that would be the case, but he might take it once again as a slight.
Yeah.
He might. I don't know.
I don't mind it. Baseball's such a mind game that I'm not going to screw with anybody. If you're going to say whose team is this more, Nola's or Wheeler's, you got to give the nod to Nola because he's been here longer and he's a homegrown guy and all that. I understand what you're saying. You're right.
Pitches your home?
Who's
who
the better
your
pitcher?
Season opener though.
Yeah,
your ace,
best?
Right?
Yeah. But I, in this case, I don't mind it at all. I understand the sentimentality factor. There were years there where, this is going back, Steve Carlton wasn't your best pitcher at the time, but because of his longevity and what he was to the team, he's your opening day starter. You know, you may have had somebody else on the team that was throwing better at the time, had better, couple of seasons before that. Like Kurt Schilling, if he went into a season and you're like, yeah, he doesn't have the stuff he used to, and there's probably somebody better than him on this roster right now, you're still going to give the nod to Schilling. It's just opening day.
Is there any way for you to figure out who's pitching the home opener?
So I just looked. It would be right now. It would be your number 3 starter, it looks like.
Taijuan Walker.
Whoever that is, and it would probably be Taijuan Walker. So, because they have off this Friday, and then they have off the 7th.
Okay.
So this Friday, if they skip a turn in the rotation to be your 5th starter, then you would look at the number 3 starter, which would be Walker.
I count it down as 2. I have it as Wheeler. Because they go Nola, Wheeler, Walker. Those are your 3 games in Texas. Then they have nobody going, so I assume that's Falter. Then they have Strom. So then your last game in New York would be Nola.
And then
your home opener would be Wheeler.
Okay, well then that works out well then.
No, I had it as the opening day is Nola, and then the next game against Texas on Saturday is Wheeler, then Walker, then Falter.
Right.
Then you've got Wheeler, Nola, and Walker.
Wait a second. Wheeler? It's Tuesday after he pitched on a Saturday.
He can't pitch Tuesday.
No, you're going
Saturday. No, Nola, Wheeler, Walker, Falter. No. He would pitch on a Wednesday.
He'd pitch the Yankee game on Wednesday.
He'd pitch the last Yankee game.
See, I got it. Nola would pitch the last Yankee game.
It wouldn't. He can't because he's not going to pitch on 3 days rest.
No, if you go with 5 starters,
it would be 5 days rest because they're not going with 5 starters because you're skipping the Friday. You're skipping this Friday's game.
Yeah, but if he pitches Saturday,
regular rest.
But you're still going with 5
Saturday,
starters.
then he gets off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
And Valenzuela pitches on a Wednesday. Like I am so confused right now. Let's just see how it plays out because I'm in the middle of the conversation.
I think Wheeler's starting the home opener.
It looks like Wheeler gets a home opener, which would make it much more palatable. I think that Nola can get the opening day. Wheeler can get the home opener, which is great. Okay, that works out a lot better then. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by that all-new BetParks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So I think tonight, Joel Embiid's supporters, Bob, need tonight.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Joel Embiid's supporters need tonight.
Say that again, please. One more
Why?
time.
Exactly. Because they need it tonight.
They need
to make you do not shy away from this fight tonight.
Say it louder, John.
You do not shy away from having Joel Embiid on the court tonight and winning this fight.
I
know you're being devil's advocate, but I think you're smart about it, though, because it sort of plays to what Doc Rivers is doing.
Because I'm so beaten down, I think, of my years with this team that the unexpected happens. So, yes, everybody in this country is looking forward to the Joel Embiid Jokic fight tonight. And who's the real MVP and blah, 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 blah. I could so see.
Oh, no.
And it would be met with a snark of mine, not the, unmitigated anger that Sixers fans would show if they said, yeah, Embiid's out tonight due to calf soreness.
Okay,
my reaction would be like, oh, geez. Yeah, everybody else's would be, are you kidding me? But I've seen it so many times. Now, I'm assuming he's going to play tonight. It means a lot to him, obviously. I assume he'll be out there. Would it surprise me if he wasn't? just a very little bit.
What about Harden, though? And the idea, Pat, that to me, it's important to look at it. Right now, Denver and the Sixers are pretty much dead even. You win tonight, you've got the tiebreaker. I think that matters. If you're a team that is saying, we're going to go to the finals, you would know we've done everything we can to have home court over every team in the West. Like tonight's a bigger game than they're probably going to let on that it is.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, but if you get the Harden that I saw the last time he was out in the court, then that's a hindrance.
That was a week ago,
that's not a help. That's a hindrance right there. And even like the lure of James Harden being out there and the threat of him being out there, even if you want to use him as a decoy, he was horrible.
Two for
14
from the floor.
I mean, he was brutal. A lot of turnovers. So if that's the Harden I'm getting, and we're just throwing him out there because it's a quote big game, I don't want to see that Harden. I'd rather go with getting him more rest. But this is a huge game for everything that you laid out, not just the MVP race, but if it's a finals appearance, I want to have the upper hand on these guys.
You want to have game 1 here, game 1 and 2 here. And they don't do the 2-3-2 Fugazi stuff anymore.
All the reasoning is there for Embiid to play, go out, be dominant, probably to play James Harden tonight too. Harden's probably on his own schedule right now.
What's that mean?
Nobody knows his body better than him, how he's feeling. Look, we've all played, back in the day when we played, and people out there that are playing now, you play with soreness, you play with stuff that is going to continue to hurt. You take some time off, and maybe it doesn't hurt anymore. I mean, that's just what it is. Harden will probably let them know every day. At shoot-around this morning, he'll let them know how it feels, if it's a go. That's just the way it's going to be. They've probably told him, look, if you're 75% healthy in the playoffs, we're going to need you to go. Right now, we need you to be 95% healthy. And he's just got to be honest with them, and they have to figure out what they're going to do. I'd like to see the full team out there tonight. I'd like to see the team that was playing so well before Harden had to sit out or played poorly in his last game against Chicago.
That was a week ago, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to see him again just to sort of but if Doc says he's not ready to go, then I'm fine with that also. Because then it must be, but then again, it must be really extreme.
I don't think so. Not really extreme, no. I mean, we've all had stuff, and this goes back to playing, and we've seen it with guys that play. You have something that you just can't get rid of for a little bit, and it might take a week or two. But then, it goes away or it starts to feel better and allows you to do more. I don't know that it's major. It could be something that's bothering him that you just have to let it go away and then, move on when the pain is gone.
I'd like to see him get into stretch zone. Maybe stretch it on out. They can even help you with your feet, your ankles.
With your Achilles?
Yeah, they can help you with your feet, your ankles, and everything. I told you that Austin knew that. He said, when'd you break your ankle? And I said, how do you know I broke my ankle? He goes, I can feel it. I guess it didn't fuse properly as my parents weren't big into medical care. Sort of like
they weren't big into medical care?
No, the old walk it off.
They said rub dirt on it.
The old walk it off stuff, Pat. Come on now. It's not that bad. You're exaggerating. Don't worry about it. But then again, I did the same thing to my child once, so I shouldn't throw rocks at Tom and Betty. As I did the same thing to my child with a broken foot. I said to her, come on, Liv. It's not that bad.
It happens.
And when she took her shoe off after school, it was purple and yellow.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, bad parenting. Bad parenting. And the doctor
Clearly
said...
it affected her quite a bit.
The doctor said, what the... He goes, what happened? When did you do this? And she said, Saturday in my basketball game. And he goes, it's Monday after school.
Way to go, John.
Dad said just sort of walk it off.
Yeah, Dad knows.
Not good.
Yeah, where'd you get your doctorate from again?
Yeah, exactly. Temple Klein College of Communications.
Great job.
Didn't work out well. Hey, the Aussies for Autism Food Festival event is coming up, sponsored by Good Day Gourmet. And I know that Bobby's all excited about this one, and we're all excited, too, to partner up with a great cause.
Yeah, Good Day America, or Good Day Gourmet, rather. It's just going to be awesome. Big guy's going to be there, that Jordan Mailata. It's Saturday, April 22nd, noon to 6 at the Lighthouse Sports Complex, 101 East Erie Avenue in Philly. It's going to be just a ton of fun. Carnival games, bouncy houses, live music. a lot of stuff for families that are going through this, either with children or adults with autism right now. Not only Jordan Mailata, but also Landon Dickerson's going to be there. Mailata might even be singing.
Oh, boy.
There's going to be a Australian meat pie eating contest, which is really cool. The event is being run by Kids Coalition, and proceeds benefit local children with autism and families in needs. Kids 12 and under, they get in for free. Others, tickets are only $10. To get your tickets now, AussiesForAutism.com. And if you have a child with autism or you know somebody that might need a day just to be around people that understand, get out there. There's no better feeling than to going through this, meeting other people that are going through it also, and just joining together, have somebody to talk to, let your kids have some fun in an environment that you can trust. So this is going to be a great, great day.
Pat, are you a bouncy houseman?
I've been known.
Have been known to do the bounce?
Known to, hop in there and bounce around a little bit.
Does Jack like the bouncy house?
Loves it.
Loves bouncy houses.
Loves it.
They're awesome.
They're great.
Yeah.
They are awesome. They're just.
I mean, now at this point, I get some curious looks when I head in there.
We did not have them growing up in Delco back in the day. They didn't have. Did they have them over in South Jersey?
Bouncy houses?
When we were kids, they did not have.
No,
down at the shore they did though. On one of the boardwalks, they had a big one, like a gigantic one. Either I'm guessing it was Wildwoods Boardwalk that they used to have a really big one, but not like portable ones that would show up at kids' birthday parties and stuff.
Nah, the closest thing we had to a bouncy house was kill the man with the ball, and you would get bounced by every guy that was running around trying to kill you. So, no bouncy houses when I was little. No.
Did you have a ball for that, or did you? We would, because we at St. Annie's would have a balled up like winter cap. Would be used a lot of the time.
Yeah, we would use anything. Kill the man with the pile of poop, dog poop in his hands, whatever. Just
Pat, we didn't have
a lot.
Pat, we walked uphill to school both ways.
No, I can't get into this. What'd you do again?
Yeah, sometimes there would be.
You ever heard that? Kill the man with the ball?
Hockey stick, fling a little poop at a guy, and kill the man with the.
Kill the man with the.
There was a lot of things going on. You know who I had a great conversation with about growing up the other day? Ron Davis.
Okay, what was Ron Davis?
On Friday, yeah, because he's a little older than me, but he grew up exactly kind of the same way I did. We were just talking about the games you played and stuff you did, and the street lights going on, and that's when you had to be home.
Oh, yes.
It was really funny, yeah. It was good.
Has Ron come out from the cave?
No, he's working 15-hour days, 7 days a week.
Ron's like Lazarus. As we heard in the readings this week, he comes out of the cave like the day April 18th.
Yeah.
Ron will show himself again.
Yeah, he says he has a rough month and a half, really rough, but then, things are good for the rest of the year.
And then local sports bars and stadiums will see Ron again.
Yes, they will.
He'll
be back. Don't you worry.
He will be back. And by the way, if you're ever in need, if you need, the Uber driver needs to know how to get out of a parking lot, Ron's always good to have in the front seat.
Is that right?
Ron will maneuver like in Arizona.
Okay.
Ron knew how to maneuver through a parking lot.
Yes, he did.
Make sure. Good stuff.
That's right, yeah.
We appreciate it, Ron, and appreciate you being a part of the station. We got a lot coming up, including the baseball gods sort of not being cool the last few weeks. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. They've got innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. You can explore more at your local Staples store or visit staplesconnect.com. Bruce. So I talked to two more people that were at Bruce the night you were, Bob, and they spoke of it as one of their top 5 Bruce ever.
Huh, how about that?
Top 5
good.
Bruce experiences.
Yeah.
They liked the Wells Fargo. They liked the Wells Fargo experience of Bruce.
I've seen him at Wells Fargo,
Spectrum.
at Citizens Bank Park, at the Spectrum, at JFK,
Vet,
at the Link, the Vet. Yeah. So there's a lot of places in the Philly
and then
venue.
more than that, right?
Yeah, we went up to New York a few times and saw him up there too.
Doc went up with his buddies to Penn State.
Yeah, one of my sons went out to Penn State to see
And they
him
went
out there.
and saw
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Just that recently, after you saw him, he saw him the following weekend at Penn State. And they got an Airbnb or something.
I'm outside doing yard work yesterday and, putting in some good physical activity and stuff like that. And I started to get a little bit tired. So I said, all right, instead of this raking and piling stuff, I'm going to go over and do something a little easier. And the thought did pop into my mind, like, I hope I can jump around and run around for 2.5 hours at 73 years old. That's the most. Look, I understand.
No one's going to pay to watch it.
There's probably a lot that aren't fans out there, but for a 73-year-old to do that, it's. I don't care who it is. I don't care if I like their music or not. It's pretty impressive.
I watched Mark, my next door neighbor, do physical labor yesterday.
Yeah, I
watched him out there doing some physical labor. He decided to paint a bench.
Yeah. Huh.
And his wife said to him, well, they were going to do it when earlier in the day, they were like, well, we're going to paint this bench together. Refurbish this bench, paint it, and everything like that. Later in the day, I didn't see his lovely bride. I just saw Mark doing the work. And my wife even asked, well, where's your wife? She was doing something else. Mark was out there laboring.
Yeah.
So he's out there painting.
Oh, yesterday was gorgeous.
What a great day.
I went outside to do work, and my neighbor Ryan was out there, 12-year-old, 13-year-old Ryan was out there playing basketball. Yeah. I said, all right, best out of 10 foul shots, me against you, whatever. He kicked my ass.
Did he really?
By the way, whatever. This neck thing that I had, it took away my tricep strength. And the doctor told me this. And my shooting, I guess I'm an old man. I don't know what it is. I feel fine, but I just have no strength. I gotta work that out.
Does young Ryan use backboard?
He is,
or is he a swisher?
He can do both. This kid is I can't wait to. Coach asked me, did you go out to watch any, just odd games this week? And I said, no, there was really nothing going on. This kid, Ryan, I'm going to follow his career because this kid's the real deal.
Really?
Yeah, he's a really a terrific baseball player. Yeah.
Oh, baseball player.
Yeah, so I'm going to, he also plays basketball, but he's a phenomenal baseball player.
Oh, that's absolutely awesome.
So I'm looking forward to seeing him play.
Coach?
Yeah, Coach, what do you got?
Bob, when you were shooting hoops yesterday, were you practicing possibly?
I was thinking about it. All that came to mind was, you're definitely not playing knockout. No, it was embarrassing what I did yesterday.
Have you ever played knockout?
Yeah. Oh God, we used to play knockout all the time.
No,
but you know what?
With the station.
I think I did the first couple of years. I even jumped into the line one year when I was the beat reporter. They had it going on. I got done writing my story, and I jumped in line for a couple of rounds. But
does anybody remember that?
Knockout? I don't know. Is it videoed? Is that what you're asking? I don't know.
Ever since I've been here, you've never done it.
Okay. Knockout wasn't.
Play, man.
Dude, I'm 57 years old. My game's behind me.
Springsteen being 30 years older than you.
Good for him. That's why I said he impresses me, man.
You're sitting there balling out with Ryan, getting cooked like.
Yeah, Ryan kicked my ass.
And you won't get out there in front of some coworkers and ball so hard.
Very good. You just labeled it. That's exactly right.
Ryan gets to see you play, and we.
Ryan's my boy. I like Ryan. He's a good kid.
Cousin Ryan. Something's. You know what Ryan means in Irish? Little king.
Is that right?
Yes. That's why Cousin Ryan's texting me, telling me that because I guess he's supposed to be the little king. He was the little prince. Is more like it with him. Hey, the baseball gods, I think have tried to conspire a bit to kill opening week vibes a bit, but we've been fighting against it. But I have a question for you. If things linger, what hurts the Phillies more? The absence of Rhys Hoskins? Or what if, for the same period of time, you lost Ranger Suarez? What hurts the Phillies' chances to win more? If this Ranger Suarez thing lasts on, And it goes on because eventually you're going to get Bryce Harper, and Bryce Harper will absolutely be able to supplement what you are missing from Rhys Hoskins, and you've already got Trey Turner coming in. What would hurt you more over the course of 162? Missing Ranger Suarez or missing Rhys Hoskins? I have a definitive answer.
So if Taijuan Walker can step in and be a good number 3 guy.
And there's every reason to believe he can.
Number 3 guy, not a 4, number 3 guy. And take up that, and then you have to replace Suarez for a certain amount of time at that 4 spot. You know, your 4-5 is a little
Let's say up until
imbalanced.
Harper comes back. Let's say right now you lose Suarez till Harper comes back, because then Harper would supplement Hoskins, so then it would sort of be an even argument. Who would you miss more, Hoskins or Suarez?
It's a good question. I'm expecting big things out of Suarez this year, too.
I was, too.
Because their bullpen's so good, I would probably go with your 2780 first baseman.
Where are you going, Pat? It's just until the assumption being, let's say you miss Suarez until Harper comes back. And because at the point that Harper comes back, I think that more than supplements what you get from Hoskins.
I will go with Ranger Suarez as the bigger loss.
I think so, too. I really do, because I don't want to see this. I want this bullpen to be a strength. And I think that this bullpen has been built to be a strength. I don't think they'll be a strength if the starting pitchers aren't pitching deeper into games.
Yeah. Does Suarez affect the team more if he's out? Probably, just because of what you said. Like, if Hoskins being out means you plug and play and you adjust the lineup accordingly, if it's that simple, then yes, your answer of Ranger Suarez is correct. If the lineup is so shaken because you're missing that guy that looks at pitches, that does get you those numbers that I talked about, 25, 27, and 80. If you can't replace that on an everyday, you're talking about an everyday guy against a guy who goes once every 6, 7, 8 days, maybe.
Absolutely. I think there's so many more variables, though, Pat, to be able to replace, to be able to find ways to Band-Aid what you're missing from Hoskins than there is to find a way to Band-Aid what you're missing with Ranger Suarez.
Well, I was talking about this with a few friends. If all you really need, the Nick Castellanos thing is the biggest factor. If Nick Castellanos can have a bounce-back year, then all you really need him to do is have 10, 12 more home runs and 20 more RBIs, and it kind of will replace Rhys Hoskins, which you're missing. This is assuming that Derek Hall can come in and hit you 20 and 60.
Correct. 20-60.
20 and 60 is...
I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
I don't think so either. If he's going to be your starting first baseman all season, I don't think 20 and 60 is unreasonable. And then if you factor in 10 more home runs for Nick Castellanos and 20 more RBIs, then you just got Rhys Hoskins' production. Ranger Suarez, I don't know where that production's coming from. And it's the trickle-down effect, too. With Rhys, okay, you're missing Rhys, and that's great, but as we said, you can kind of recreate it. With Ranger Suarez missing him, it's a trickle-down effect that affects your bullpen now. It affects your organization in terms of the AAA depth. Like, it's a trickle-down effect that affects the team more so than one guy in your lineup being missed.
Yeah, but, just to play devil's advocate also, you're talking about 145 games compared to 32.
You are.
There's
so many ways,
can't
though, to
forget
cover
that
for
either.
him, though.
And
Hoskins could be good. Like, Pat gave a good scenario there. There's ways you can cover for the lack of production of Hoskins. I don't think there is for Ranger Suarez.
Are we making look, I'm looking for a big year for Suarez, and I even said to you guys, it wouldn't surprise me if he came out of this year as the best Phillies starter this year, just through the year. But are we making too much of it? Like, say 32 starts you're going to miss of his. Maybe in 15 of those, you get a guy that goes 5, 6 innings, which is what Suarez usually does. So now you're talking only about 17, 18 games that you're worried about. Whereas a first baseman, your everyday first baseman,
right?
It could become do we bat Hall here? Do we replace Hall there? Are we going DH a different way? What's going... Like, every day you're trying to cover for the Rhys Hoskins not being there, where it might be only about 16, 17 times that Ranger Suarez not starting, you threw somebody in there to start for him, and they only went 3, 4 innings. Now it's a problem But there could be 16 other times that they go 5-6 innings, and it's a normal day.
I was just hoping, Pat, we wouldn't see bullpen games this year. I hate those
I hate
stupid ass
bullpen games.
I
don't
hate
know
them.
anyone that likes them.
I don't know anybody
suck.
that likes them.
I mean, you don't have any other starting pitcher pitching in your organization that you can bring up for a day, for 2 games, for 3 games. Like, that's pathetic. Unfortunately, right now they kind of don't, because Christopher Sanchez is dealing with an injury as well. You've got you're going to bring up Mick Abel, you're going to bring up Griff McGarry. They're probably not ready. They're kind of hindered right now. But during the season, if you hit July and you don't have anybody that you can bring up from AAA, that's a problem.
If I told you right now that they're going to pick up a position, they're going to grab a veteran player before Thursday's opener, when teams start to adjust their rosters and everything, and Dave Dombrowski goes and cherry picks something, what are they going for? What are they picking up?
Like a Syndergaard?
They go and they go and grab somebody off of when somebody's cut or somebody's being optioned, whatever.
Depth.
That's what I think also.
Yeah.
An outfielder, right?
Because, that. What would be your number one priority? Would it be a starting pitcher?
I wouldn't mind it.
Syndergaard, somebody like that?
As long as you weren't paying him.
Syndergaard-like.
Yeah, Syndergaard, like a guy who was making, and honestly, a journeyman starter I'd be fine with.
Yeah, it might even be my number one priority right now. Although outfield depth is another
exactly.
thing.
They could use it.
Because I like Edmundo in the infield.
Edmundo, though, very versatile. It's like a Swiss
Yes, he
Army
is.
knife.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what else is versatile? When you don't have to pay $2.95 to get Cooney's column.
Let's turn the page and find out what's in Cooney's column.
For now, do not fret, Sixers fans. The push that many were hoping for over the final 10, 15 games of the season to try to get a higher seed for the playoff run, well, it isn't going to happen now. Coach Doc Rivers said as much after the Sixers stomped the Chicago Bulls last Wednesday to improve to 49-23. Rivers talked particularly about James Harden sitting out the game with a sore Achilles tendon. The third-year coach here recalled that in the previous 2 playoff runs, health was the biggest issue in thwarting them from advancing past the second round. So this year was going to be different, with a keen eye on having all bodies as healthy as possible. Many eyes rolled in the Delaware Valley as the coach's words meant home court advantage had been ceded to both the Celtics and the Bucks. But look at the big picture. The push, really, has already been made. Following a 132-123 double overtime loss to the lowly Houston Rockets all the way back on December 5th, the Sixers were a 500 team at 12-12 and tied for the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference. Too early in the season? No question. But with injury to star players James Harden, Joel Embiid, and Tyrese Maxey all in the fold, all the team did over the next 48 games was win 37 of them, planting themselves firmly in the seedings behind Milwaukee and Boston. So where do you go from here? Recent memories haunt. Visions of another second-round exit are clearer than the bottled water that are quickly exiting the shelves at local stores these days. But what clouded those playoff exits, at least in the mind of the head coach, were the various injuries that seem to always plague this team at this time of the year. So health is at a premium, even over the wins in these final 8 games. And the advantage of home court won't be gotten against the Bucks or the Celtics. But the bigger advantage, a healthy Joel Embiid and James Harden, is what Doc Rivers is playing for in these final games. You just have to accept it.
Bob even works a water crisis, Pat, into his columm today.
Not
I mean,
bad.
that's second level.
Not bad. I mean, I got what I paid for.
You did. That was worth the $2.95. It was relatively worth it. You can do that.
Yeah,
I get you. I mean, I understand it. And the one thing is, I said that I will not question Doc on the strategy, because he's at the point now where he's rolling the dice and his job's on the line. So I truly believe he's doing what's best as far as what he thinks is going to do to win him a series, second-round series.
Yeah, and, he blatantly said it after that win in Chicago. It's just like, look, that's it. And you have to read into it. You have to accept it. Remember what that team was. As I said, 37-11.
That's amazing.
That's amazing. And remember how good the team was playing and how good Embiid and Harden are together and all of that. If you can get James Harden healthy again, I'm not going to say I don't care about home court, but I understand it and I'll live with it. And Doc Rivers, I think, is making the right decision in trying to get his team fully healthy.
I think it's wild tonight is that in one of our listeners, Andy.
What's up, Andy?
Is he goes, John, how would they have home court in the NBA Finals? They're not even going to have home court in the second round. They would have home court if they have a better record than Denver. And if they tie Denver with a record, same record, and they win tonight, they would hold the tiebreaker over the Denver Nuggets. So, yes, they would have home court in the finals. So it would be strange to have home court in the first round, not have home court in the second round, not have home court in the third round, and then have home court in the finals. But it's the way it works out. The West all of a sudden got weak, and the East all of a sudden got strong, or at least top-heavy.
Yeah.
More top-heavy.
Yeah, but you watch that Golden State team the other night.
They're dangerous.
They are dangerous.
Yeah, but on the road, though, they're
I know, it's so
weak.
weird. It's so strange.
They're going to have to play on the road. They could have no home court advantage.
Yeah. It is. Basketball is professional sports, as Jamie would say, are so weird. You know, sometimes
Jamie,
you just
though.
get
Let's
these
not
things.
sell that short.
Yeah, it is Jamie.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think Doc's making the right move. Are you guys with me that you hope you see Harden? Not because to prove he's healthy, but I just want to see him out there with the team so that they stay in that rhythm that they had when he was playing.
I want to win the night because I want the home court in the finals. Because if I'm actually going to dream big that they're going to the finals, this team has a chance. I think if they're healthy, they have a chance to go to the finals. So I want home court advantage over every team in the West. So tonight matters to me.
Okay.
Tonight's
good reasoning. That's real low on my list.
A nap afternoon today to make sure that I will be able to stay up for the whole thing.
When I nap, it doesn't make me stay up later for some reason.
Really?
I don't know why. Yeah,
It wouldn't help you. Like tonight, you're not going to. If you didn't nap, you won't be nodding off. When it gets to 11 o'clock tonight, 11:15, you won't be nodding off?
No, it's weird. I get like an adrenaline rush when a game comes on. And it's probably from what I did before. You know,
right.
You just get into it, and then that's that. So, no, I'll be up for the whole game tonight. But I'll try. How about if I try to nap today and see if it helps me?
Do me a favor. Just make sure we set the DVR just so we can take a look. We like to see those West Coast games, see that second half. Hey, Painting Pups delivers the highest quality craftsmanship and service when painting your home. You can ask about 0% financing options and book a free estimate today at paintingpups.com. So, Pat, when I've watched Jack Egan at a game, and Jack Egan knows how to behave when he's at a game.
Yeah, he went to the Wings game on Saturday.
Oh, he did? So you guys went to the Wings after that?
Yeah, some family-friendly entertainment.
How much fun did he have?
He geeked out over meeting the mascot. He's big into
He loves it. He loves Hooter?
Mascots, yeah. Loved Hooter. The Wings mascot is named Wingfred.
Wingfred?
So he met him.
Sounds like a snotty mascot. Wingfred?
No, he was cool.
No, I'm sure he's cool. The name is...
the name sounds a little snotty.
Yeah, it does. It
sounds
like, I'm going to go stay with Wingfred today.
Yeah, it's Wingfred. It's Wingfred.
Yeah.
But he geeked out over meeting Wingfred. And,
that's cool.
No, he was cool. Yeah, he sat his seat and.
What do you think about bringing? What do you think about bringing kids to a game when they're sitting in regular seats, and you got a parent who's letting their kids just climb up and down on the seats, run up and down the aisle, jumping around like literally, and they keep knocking into you.
Real quick, it's Wingston.
It's Wingston.
Okay.
Oh,
that's more appropriate. I like Wingston.
It's my big fear. My big fear of bringing him to a game is that he will be, and I'll take him out. Like I won't subject other people around me. Like at one point he wanted thunder sticks. The whole first quarter was spent. Where can I get thunder sticks? Why are they called thunder sticks? Where are they? Why are they black and white? Like every question was about thunder sticks.
But he wanted to know, right?
Game. We got thunder sticks, and I had to bargain with him. All right, bud, we're only going to use them when the Wings are on defense because they weren't in front. And thank God he popped one really quickly, so I didn't have to listen to it all game. But I mean, like I'm pretty. I think it's probably because of what we do. I'm pretty aware of him. Maybe being a distraction for other paying customers.
This kid, this guy brought 3 kids to the game the other day.
And what ages are we talking here?
All of them under 6.
Okay.
And there's a little boy, 2 little girls. So he positions himself. There's 4 seats towards the end of the aisle. He positions himself away from us So the kids are all with us, up against us.
No.
And exactly. So he doesn't set up the natural barricade and then he's sitting freaking on his phone all the time. And the kids are running wild, climbing on the chairs, falling inside the chair. You know, when they stand up and then they fall inside Dad's freaking on his phone. And Christina's, I said, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Just don't say anything. Don't get into a thing with Dad. Dad's obviously a little overwhelmed with that. You would take your kids out of that.
Oh, I'd be playing with the kids. If they were stranger kids, sure, I love kids. I'd be jumping on the seats with them, running up and down the aisle. I swear to God, I would. I was with one of my buddies has a 5-year-old. That we all went over to Buddy's house for dinner on Saturday night. And as soon as they walked in, Donna looks at me and goes, "See ya." Because she knows I'm just going to go be playing with Ashton the whole night.
You're not playing with them in the aisle blocking people watching a Flyers game.
Yeah.
No,
yes, I would have.
Okay, Bob's doing devil's advocate.
No, I would have been running around with that. I would have done anything just to make you say something.
Seriously, I didn't.
I would have kept going
because the kids were so cute.
Yeah, they're kids.
They were cute.
Yeah.
But Dad's on his phone.
Dad,
if you're taking your no, he didn't.
He had a conference call.
Dad, as he's scrolling, whatever he's scrolling, Dad,
he was paying their tuition.
If you're trying to take your kids to a game and trying to bond with your kids, have a little family time, don't make it that your kids are with our family. Make it with your kids with your family.
He was sharing the joy of kids. With you, and you didn't appreciate it. You and Christina couldn't appreciate it.
My kid would not. My kid wouldn't act like that.
Well, your kid's perfect. Ours aren't.
You don't have to be perfect.
My kids are horrible.
So I wouldn't be annoyed by it necessarily, but I know that can be annoying. That's why I'm so.
If it was
stringent.
one kid, it's different.
Like at one point, Jack was just staring at the couple behind us, and I was like, "Dude, you're being weird, man. Like, stop."
What was he? What was this staring at?
Well, it started with just the kind of the side eye, like, oh, what's going on behind me, and then I looked over 30 seconds later, and he's flat out like staring at them watch the game. I was like, dude, you're being weird. Like, stop.
I've watched Cameron.
Dude, you're being weird. I like that.
Cam Camille knows how to act when he goes to a game.
Cam's great at games, yeah.
Well, Cam yells at the refs.
He does.
I mean, he really does.
First time Jack said "you suck" was because Cam was yelling, "You suck, refs."
And there it was. Cam's into the game. I mean, I just think there's a responsibility to when you take your kids to a game. I mean, you pay attention to your kids. Yeah. Get off your phone. God's sakes.
I think he was telling his wife that she was lucky she wasn't there.
Well, guess what?
That
may have been it, Bob.
He was saying these two old nerds next to us, our kids are really bothering them.
I definitely see both sides of the argument.
What would be the other side of the argument? I don't understand.
Well, the other side is like you're at a kid's game anyway. You know what I mean? You're at grown men playing hockey. It's not that deep. It's not that serious.
Maybe you're trying to enjoy the game.
Well, it's also, I mean, like enjoying a Flyers game this season is difficult enough.
Not all of us are rooting for losses every night.
Maybe watching those kids is more entertaining than the on ice product. I don't know.
Well, I don't believe that. I'm telling you, Coach.
Ultimately, as long as the kids are having fun, isn't that what you're breathing the future?
That's
of the
right.
sport.
You should embrace it. Have fun with them, John.
Why do you hate kids?
Coatsy and Saunders are going to take you out again in the final of that game. It wouldn't be the first time.
Coachy doesn't have much time left.
Hey, let's get after it. The Eagles found their replacement for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, or did they? We'll talk about it next. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. It is a great time of John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. When someone gets hurt, we know who to call, but what about a mental health crisis? The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline offers free confidential support around the clock, so don't hesitate. Call 988. Pat, what did you think of the John Wick film?
It was incredible.
Loved it?
Absolutely loved it. Yeah, I must say.
A friend of mine went on Friday night for her birthday, went by herself. And she texted me. She goes, "You ever see them? They're the best movies ever." She said it was phenomenal.
Yeah, they're incredible. Look, any movie that is 2 hours and 45 minutes and does not feel like it's 2:45.
That's amazing.
Is very impressive. But those movies have gotten better as they've gone on.
I know people who went Friday and Sunday.
Yeah,
how about that?
Don't blame them. Don't blame them.
Wanted to see it again that quickly.
Oh,
I think that's
same
silly.
people.
Yes.
Oh wow,
See,
I thought you meant.
To me, I can't imagine doing that.
I'll go again.
Like, no, I would go.
But I mean, that soon, probably not.
Like, I think I'd go see Top Gun Maverick again in a theater.
Yeah.
But it's been since the summer.
Right. So it's been a little time. Yeah. I mean,
I'm not doing it twice in a weekend.
Me and a buddy, Dave, who you've actually met before.
Yes.
We tried to convince Anthony to get on the John Wick train, but he's a little hesitant. But if you've never dived into it.
All right. I'm hesitant, too, because I think he is.
But he's perfect in this role because he doesn't really talk a ton.
Okay, because he's not a good actor.
No, but he's like, I mean, in this role,
he's good in the role.
For this role.
Is Boban still in it?
You ask that every time. No,
I know. I just want to make sure
he was in the franchise.
I like Boban.
Out of 4 movies, he was in the franchise for all of about 7 minutes.
The best 7 minutes of the franchise. I bet.
He had a really cool death.
You were looking for Boban,
but no, because every single movie they expand this like underground world a little bit more. And it's really impressive what they've been able to do with a movie that on the surface was, hey, somebody killed somebody's dog and they went after her.
Okay, now here's the question I would have, because I have also been resistant to take part. Must you start from the beginning?
Yeah.
So you're not going to understand it if you just say I'm going to go.
You won't understand a lot of what's going on.
Because like on a rainy
the second movie ends. Like if hypothetically, the second movie, you need to know what's going on in the third movie, and then so on and so forth. I mean, the second movie you can kind of jump into, but I wouldn't. I mean, I would just start from the beginning.
You're getting choked up about that.
Wow, you really do love that movie.
Right,
so choked up about it.
Bridget Moynihan's in the first one?
Is she? I don't know.
It's just looking up. It came out in 2014, the first one.
Tom Brady's baby mama, who he cheated on while she was pregnant with Giselle.
Sure.
So she was pregnant with Giselle?
No.
He was pregnant.
Well, he was pregnant with Bridget Moynihan, was having his child, and he cheated with Giselle.
Well, I think they're all on HBO right now, so you can go check them
out.
The
first one was only an hour and 36 minutes.
Okay, that's
I can do that.
Yeah,
I can do that also.
And I'm telling you, they get better. Like you'll watch the first one and be like, "Oh man, that was a really great movie." And then you watch the second one, you're like, "I can't believe it got better." And then the third one, it progressively they've stepped their game up each time.
Can I bring the one thing too on one other movie thing? I finally saw the No Time to Die.
Yeah,
the Bond movie.
Yeah, very good.
It was a spectacular movie.
Yeah,
until the ending.
I love the ending.
Was that the time to die?
I think it's the most ridiculous thing to happen that I've ever seen.
Well, you shouldn't be looking at me for this. We have a James Bond expert on the show.
Who's the James Bond expert? Coach?
Turn it over to Coach Camille.
Coach?
Yeah.
I think it was ridiculous, the ending.
For me, ridiculous. You mean how he?
Well, no, it's been a while.
Yeah,
Pat, is statute of limitations is over?
No, don't give up. No, you got to wait a couple of years.
Wow. A couple years?
Yeah, we're not giving away the.
That's fair. Pat's a fair man.
Okay, let's just say that I don't want to. What happened in that movie? That's not what I go to a James Bond movie for.
Well, I mean, they were. I can't. No, I'm not gonna say anything. That's. I understand. All right, wait.
What's the statute of limitations on this stuff?
I would say probably 17, 18 years, give or take.
It sounds like a lot, but it's really not in this day and age.
I mean, think about it. Like
it's a year. It's been out almost a year, right?
2005 was it seems like just yesterday.
Yeah, we haven't seen John Wick yet, and that's almost 10 years ago now, John. So I don't want to hear anything about because I might dip into that one of these days.
I'm not going to ruin that for you.
Thank you, Pat. I appreciate your consideration.
It reaches a level of absurdity. How long is it?
Well, I think here's the problem. I think when you're talking amongst friends, it's a lot different than talking on the radio to the general public, because somebody might have that on the DVR. They might be ready to go. They might be waiting for it to hit a streaming
What
service.
are they waiting for?
They might be waiting for it to hit a streaming
I've
service.
I've already seen it on a streaming service.
But they might not have that streaming service. That's your privilege.
It's the privilege.
That is the privilege that you
My
have
privilege,
right there. You
yes.
have that particular streaming service. They might not have that. They might be waiting for it to hit, maybe a TNT or a TBS. We do.
Oh, wait a
drama.
minute. Then you're never getting the real movie.
Well, I don't know. I mean, but you might be getting it in between a Charmin commercial, sure. But are you ever really in that, with your line of thinking, are you ever really getting a John Kincade show?
I mean, because
we have commercials.
So you don't really get the same experience?
You don't get the same experience. Like, you're not experiencing during the breaks what we experience because we've got commercials. We've got bills to pay. So does TNT. So does TBS.
By the way, did you watch Texas in the NCAA tournament?
Did I watch sports? No.
No, did you watch Texas much?
Yeah, because I had them winning it all in my bracket.
Did not.
I wondered I didn't realize Gus survived from Breaking Bad. But he's coaching Texas.
Well,
he looks just like him.
He was a hot name for the Temple job until Texas took the interim tag away. He does look a lot like him, yeah.
Bob, the guy who coaches Texas.
Terry.
Yeah.
He looks just like this complicated villain from Breaking Bad.
A little bit.
I don't want to give away anything.
No, don't.
For someone who may not have watched Breaking Bad.
Don't do it.
Don't do that.
But I found a very unnerving character on Breaking Bad. Incredibly, and his portrayal incredibly unnerving as Gus.
Cold-blooded.
Yes, but like unnervingly.
Yeah, he was that terrifying because he was calm.
Terrifying because he was so calm.
Okay.
And he looks exactly like this guy.
Yeah.
He could just it's uncanny.
Yeah, there was a lot of buzz around his name on Cecil B. Moore.
It's not going to be happening now.
Texas didn't give the interim tag away.
Because they do have a relationship.
And they would be heavily interested. Yeah,
Right.
Arthur Johnson was at Texas, but they did, so he won't be. So we'll sit here as Temple fans and waiting for the white smoke.
On the Temple front, I had people on the Temple basketball page debating Mike Jensen. That Mike Jensen's a cheap shot artist.
Temple fans, and I'm not one of them. Temple fans hate Mike Jensen.
They just like Mike Jensen's a cheap shot artist, saying
He's not.
Dawn Staley's not coming for the job and has no interest and was never coming for the job.
She's not.
Spoiler alert. Dawn Staley was never coming for the job, and wasn't going to take the pay cut to coach Temple basketball. And Mike Jensen, you can have any opinion you want about Mike. If you thought that was a cheap shot, that was a reality check.
Temple fans are very sensitive about anything he writes.
I'm telling you, I've never walked away. I think Mike Jensen writes a very blunt when he covers Temple basketball since Chaney.
I agree with you.
But I don't think
he does a good job.
But I want to see where the lies are being told.
I don't think
because I'm not sensing him as lies.
Didn't really.
No, he took a trip out to South Carolina. He was somewhere where South Carolina was playing months ago, and got to sit down with Dawn Staley. So I don't think he's
he
just
knows
making
what he writes.
stuff
I mean,
up.
if I was Temple, I absolutely would have called her up, but I'm not surprised that she won't. She doesn't have any interest in
Dawn's
taking the job.
making $3 million right now, with expecting escalators to be 3.35 next year to 3.4. I mean,
the only reason that she would consider it is the prestige of a woman taking over in NCAA D1. Like, that's it. That's the only lure of taking a pay cut, and it would be a pretty sizable pay cut.
I think Dawn Staley could be an NBA coach someday.
Probably. Yeah, I don't see why not.
I know she could be a WNBA coach because reportedly she has turned down opportunities to coach in the WNBA.
I think she's a Pat Summitt. I think she'll be at South Carolina for the rest of her
She talked to Portland. The Trailblazers talked to her last year, but there was no interest there. It didn't, nothing
It didn't hit
laid
with her.
out. So it's the women's basketball team at the University of South Carolina. It's like the it's like a Marine outfit in that you don't know about. They're there,
Right.
and they're great, but you don't see them. You know nothing about them. There's, they're like hidden away in a fortress on a side of campus that nobody's allowed to go to. I mean, that's how important the basketball team is down at South Carolina.
Protect them at all costs.
She's fantastic.
Yeah.
A fantastic person and coach.
I'd love if she came back. but
I've gotten to interview her twice and loved both times getting to talk to her.
She's just like the epitome of cool.
She's.
I mean, she's.
I couldn't relate, Pat. She was so cool.
No, I don't.
She was really cool.
Not either, but
Fantastic. So the Eagles went out and found their Chauncey Gardner-Johnson placeholder on the depth chart for now, a veteran safety in the name of Terrell Edmonds to come in here. And everything I'm reading of the 26-year-old Edmonds, who is pretty much the same age as Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, is he's everything but the playmaker as far as taking away the ball, and he's not as good in pass coverage. But he's really, really good in coming up in the box against the run. And he's not an absolute liability in pass coverage, but he is not a game changer in the game, stealing away the ball, take away the ball type of thing. I think I'm okay with it. For what you're looking for, you got to make some money decisions. I certainly don't like anything. I don't hate anything I read about Terrell Edmonds, and I got to be honest, I didn't watch him play much. So I don't know from all I did was just Google him and watch highlight reels, which usually are his good plays.
Yeah. Well, C.J. Gardner-Johnson wasn't a takeaway machine until this year.
Until he came here.
Yeah, I mean, so who knows? Who knows what's going to happen with Edmonds once he joins this scheme, this staff. He seems like the way they described him, and I'm not comparing him to, but it sounds like a Malcolm Jenkins. More like an in-the-box type of guy. The label is safety, and when safety duty is called upon, he'll do that. But he's more of a guy, that's in making plays within 20 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Well, here's a great piece from NBC Sports Philadelphia. Dave Zingaro does fantastic work. He broke down via Pro Football Focus his snaps last year, and he was in the box 322 times, at free safety 254 snaps, at slot corner 195 snaps. So Howie right there is saying versatile.
Yeah.
And he is absolutely versatile. Whatever the coach needs him to do, he can do it. That's pretty good. I mean, that I certainly don't have a problem with it. I do figure that they're probably still shopping, but I would imagine there's C.J. Gardner-Johnson's replacement in Terrell Edmonds.
Yes.
I think he's the guy.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I don't think they're going to go spend big at safety or anything like that.
Yeah, the Giants getting Waller, Cowboys having strong tight end play. You have a safety that can step up in the box and maybe cover those crossing routes or cover tight ends like that.
Right.
That's okay. All right. As we said, we all loved last year. They got C.J. Gardner-Johnson. What did we know about him? Oh, man, he talks smack and he's, this, that. We didn't know about him as a safety.
We didn't know he was a safety.
Because he hadn't played there. So we don't know that much about this kid either. If we say we do, we're lying, probably. So it's a wait-and-see type of thing again.
I like the move. But again, I'm also raising my hand going, I had no idea. You could have said to me, it's Terrell Edmonds. When I saw the name come across, is he good or bad? Is he an upgrade? I mean, it's not an upgrade, but is he a huge downgrade? I couldn't have told you.
Recognize the name.
Yes.
That's about it. I'm kind of the same way. I wasn't dialed into a lot of Pittsburgh Steelers football.
Right.
Breaking down the tape, but like the move in the sense of it's a low risk, big reward move. I mean, you figure with the cornerbacks that they have right now with Bradbury, Slay, and Avonte Maddox in the slot, that you'd think maybe it would help their safety play. That's how I'm trying to think of Howie looking at the safety position now. Is could I afford to let a C.J. Gardner-Johnson go, because the reality is the strength of that secondary is the cornerback play, and the cornerback play ups a secondary group in the safeties that we can afford to have mediocre play.
What I like is I found at least 4 or 5 compliments from Game Stories doing just a simple word search where Mike Tomlin complimented some of his play. And so to me, Mike Tomlin, as you know, I got a little fanboy crush on Mike Tomlin. I just think he's a steady, great leader of men. And the fact that he didn't end up in his doghouse is probably good enough for me, because Tomlin has a public doghouse at times, and this guy didn't clearly end up in it. So
My first reaction was, ooh, didn't the Eagles toast the Steelers through the air when they came here to play?
And they did.
Where was that dude then?
They
So,
did.
yeah, jury's out. We'll see what happens. They're paying limited money to the guys that they brought in, a bunch of $600,000 salaries across the board for the guys that they brought in, restructuring Lane Johnson on Friday. It leads you to think something's coming up.
That
I don't
could
know
be
if that's
coming,
all going towards Hurts or not because, again, Hurts doesn't go on the books until next year. So I don't know. It's interesting here.
As I had said last week in the show in the early part of the week, I had been told that watch for the Lane Johnson restructuring, and then after the Lane Johnson restructuring, that means things are heating up. It does make you wonder, though, how long Hurts and his camp are going to sit. And one thing about it that I do question is, with Jalen Hurts, is he has a very inexperienced representation. And I am in no way taking shots by saying that. They just aren't. He doesn't have a very veteran crew representing him in his team. I wonder when they hear a great deal and Jalen wants to be here and Jalen wants to be the face of the franchise and Jalen's very comfortable, if they would be more apt to jump than maybe a different crew would be. That they would be more apt to jump at a deal.
Because
they're not used to playing the poker game.
Huh.
They're not Drew Rosenhaus. They're not these other guys. Are they more apt? When it's your first time, this is going to be his representation. This is going to be their first time signing of a contract of this kind of value.
If I'm them, though, I'm waiting until the week before training camp. There's no advantage to signing now for them. I mean, what if the team wants? What if the team says, "Look, Jalen, the sooner we get you here," I'm being you're playing devil's advocate.
Total devil's advocate. Jalen, the sooner we get you figured out and what your situation is, the more we can make sure that we shuffle around and figure out to surround what we're going to surround you with for the next 6-7 years.
So if I'm in Jalen's camp and I'm hearing that, if I'm Jalen Hurts and I hear that, I go, doesn't matter what you surround me with. I'm good. You have 2 first-round picks.
Not my problem.
Yeah,
Yours.
it's not. I mean, my offensive line is set. My wide receivers set. My tight end set. I'm all right. I'm good. Yeah, I'm waiting it out.
How about if Howie says, Jalen, we really would, and Mr. Lurie, Jalen, we really would like to know.
I'm sure you would. It's cute. That's adorable. Like, there's not going to be any bad blood. It's business. Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie have been in this industry long enough to not hold a grudge. So that's. I'm sure they would like to know. If you want to know, okay, I want $100 million a year guaranteed. That's what I want. I mean, like, it doesn't benefit Jalen Hurts to sign right now. Howie Roseman has done such a good job throughout his career by getting some of these guys locked up early and getting some of these guys like a Jordan Mailata on what looks like to be now, I mean, an absolute bargain of a contract. He wasn't able to do that with Jalen Hurts because the CBA didn't allow him to negotiate. And it just so happened that the moment he was able to negotiate, it's coming off of a Jalen Hurts year that he probably should have won MVP. And he was finished second. So it's unfortunate because I know that if Howie had the opportunity, he would have locked him up. But he didn't have the opportunity. And every game that went by, Jalen Hurts' stock rose. So if you're Jalen Hurts right now, I'm sitting back going, I'm at home. I'm in bubble wrap. I'm good.
Yeah, and no matter if his team is young, that's negotiating for him, whatever. If us stupid nunchucks can sit here and say, yeah, you're better off holding off to see how much money you can get, I think they're probably know what they're doing a little bit more than we're giving them credit.
Never heard stupid nunchucks before.
Yeah, well, that's what we are.
Isn't the operator of the nunchucks what could be stupid?
Yeah, but we're the nunchucks because
we're the nunchucks. We're just totally.
I think meant numb nuts, and you're kind of just going along with this.
Nunchucks, I like it.
I didn't think we could say numb nuts, so
I like
said
that.
nunchucks.
Can't say numb nuts.
With the stuff.
I don't think we can say it.
I don't know. You never.
That wasn't covered in the last Zoom meeting.
By the way, the Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow camps, and the Jalen Hurts camp, and then the three-ring circus that has become Lamar Jackson's camp. Jalen Hurts camp about their contract extension, the least being talked about. You're hearing the least about it. And to me, that's a great sign that Jalen has picked good representation and that Jalen himself does not want to literally campaign in the newspapers, campaign on ESPN about what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's not doing the Lamar Jackson routine.
Yet. Remember,
You-
Lamar Jackson and his contract has been talked about for like 3 years now. I mean, it's as the world turns at this point. It's for Jalen Hurts. It's been all of like a month and a half, 2 months.
Lamar Jackson should be the study of a sports business class. Do not conduct your business like this. There's ways to conduct your business. Don't do it this way. This isn't how you should be doing it.
Yeah, probably not. Looking back,
Because the Ravens are going to just go, "Oh, you're back." So you found out what the market was. Okay. Now we were telling you right all along, and I'm sure they want him back. John Harbaugh said it.
You don't think they want to go into the season with Trace McSorley?
No. Would you? No, you don't. You don't. But I would understand it. And they're like, well, what if Lamar should just sit out? Yeah. Lamar's going to sit out the season.
But this has been for Lamar. I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is like year 3 of this situation with the contract thing.
Well, this is
his year option.
Well,
and
this is his
franchise tag and non-extension. I mean, so for him, if Jalen Hurts is in this situation in 3 years from now, he might be handling a little bit different.
Well, I think Jalen Hurts.
He will, though.
I think Jalen Hurts would be smart enough to do his business with an actual agent, one of the biggest agents, so we can actually understand how the whole process works.
Well, the problem is he got an attorney, but it's
correct.
She's not licensed in the state.
Oh, is Michelle Fieri couldn't do it, right?
No, but yeah, I mean,
because it was like Baltimore.
That's okay.
That's terrible. Hey, coming up, looks like we know the haul the Eagles are going to get in return, but what's it going to turn into? We'll get to it next. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. We appreciate you being a part of things. Tell your family, tell your friends. All right, I'm completely confused by something. I heard yesterday how today was supposed to be a crappy day and terrible weather, and it's going to be a washout and everything like that. It looks gorgeous outside.
Yeah, it's coming in the afternoon. That's what sucks. This is just like a tease, John.
I mean, it looks beautiful outside.
Yeah, they're tickling your fancies, but it's going to get pulled out from under you.
It's going to get pulled. Tickling your fancy.
Yeah, it's going to get bad.
Been
I'm
there
sorry,
before,
Pat.
Bobby. Been there.
I know. I hear you.
All of a sudden, she wants $20 more.
Connor just ripped me for a double on my last pitch that I threw him. So
are you going to? Are you going to be? We have to shut you down.
I think it would be in the best interest of everyone to take all of my athletic abilities and throw them away.
Are you listed as questionable for knockout?
Oh no, I'm out. No, it's not even a question. I'm out. I don't know. I'll see how I feel.
Is Tom Alvord the favorite?
Right now, Alvord is for this.
Have you put odds on this one?
Station? Or
yes, for the station.
Yeah, so Tom is minus 210.
Because Tom's pretty good. Wait a minute. Whoa. Tom is not playing. He's running the game. What? This is ridiculous.
Responsible coward.
This is ridiculous.
Cash money.
Wait a minute, Coach.
And dead presidents over glory?
The man who controls this is right here in the room with us.
You rigged it.
Eric Camille.
Yeah.
Can't somebody so Tom can be there he was the best person of the Fanatic crew last year.
Yep.
And second to him was Haley of the Fanatic crew.
Haley was the Princeton, though.
She was
like the Princeton of the tournament. A cute little Cinderella story, but it ain't happening again.
You don't think it's happening again?
I highly doubt it. I can put odds together.
I think it would be you put together those odds. Coach, you could arrange it. Why would Tom Alvord not be there to play in this? He was the best guy last year.
We have a Sixers game Wednesday night. Somebody's got to be here running the show.
That would be amazing if somebody's like, man, why isn't the Sixers game on the radio? Why is it just dead air? Oh yeah, Tom had to try to.
Okay, so nobody can be switched on the calendar. Like we can't switch anything.
Well, this is also a Tom issue of is he getting paid to go play knockout because he's a part-time employee.
Oh, okay, I got you.
He's earning some money here. He's not earning money playing. If you want to pay him, I mean, if you have an NIL deal.
What's he, stripper on the side? What else does he do?
I think he just works at yards, but I don't know what
he's got a fantastic radio voice, I think.
Did you say, is he a stripper?
Yeah, I'm wondering what does he do on the side. I don't know what his side jobs are.
If you want to see him take his clothes off, I'm sure he's got a
if you mention Pat's name before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, you'll get in to see Tom for free.
You get to see Tom. So what's the rankings then? Because as Connor explained
I'm going to get everybody from Coach about who's playing, and then I'll put together the odds.
On Connor, on Tom and Connor on Sunday mornings, listen to those guys doing a great job. They were at the Flyers Carnival yesterday. By the way, Wake, Bake, and Cake was funny on Saturday. That was great.
Yeah, I don't know if we talked sports, but
you really didn't.
I think we were one of the first.
You were quite entertaining.
We had the distinction of being one of the only shows on the air to get canceled mid-debut. So we got that going for us.
That was fantastic.
Chuck texted us and said this show will be called One and Done.
One and Done.
But we got that going for us. That's
good.
cool.
So it worked out well. So Sixers and the Nuggets tonight, 9:30 on the Fanatic. So there'll be a great opportunity there. Looks like a third rounder, 2 5ths, and a 6th. That's going to be the Eagles comp pick haul next year. So we were talking about at one time, we thought that there would be other guys signed that would be leaving this team. Like we thought a Bradbury would be gone. We thought potentially a Slay would be gone. Those type of players would be gone. It ends up being you're going to get a third-round pick for Javon Hargrave, most likely. A 5th round for Isaac Seumalo. A 5th rounder for Andre Dillard. And a 6th rounder for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That's going to be the draft haul. Anybody that excited about that? I mean, it gives flexibility for Howie.
Yeah.
I expected more, though. I didn't know that you're only getting a 6th rounder for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, looks like. I thought that would be more.
You would think.
You expect more. Seumalo and Dillard get you more. 5th rounders. for them. I'm looking at that as it's just flexibility, I guess.
Yeah, I like the
Special
third.
teams depth.
Yeah, you throw in a 5th-round pick on a trade. It maybe gets you, something in a
Move up some spots.
yeah, exactly. All those things. The more picks you have, obviously, the better for someone, especially like Howie Roseman, who loves to wheel and deal and do all different types of things. So, the more ammunition he has, and those are the draft picks. Good for him. I feel more
there it
comfortable
is.
with it. Yeah, and
I expected more. I really thought you'd get more, though.
Yeah,
and this is going to be for 2024, by the way. And you cannot trade any of those compensatory picks because they aren't awarded till after the Super Bowl. So they won't be on the books until after this year's Super Bowl. So you can't use them in trades. Howie can't go, wink, wink, we'll trade you that pick that we have compensatory coming. You don't get that.
Yeah, it's still fun as hell that they have 2 first-round picks this year. I think it's been on our minds so long we don't really think all that much about it. You just went to a Super Bowl, and you have 2 first-round picks, and the first being at number 10. There's so many different ways he could go and so many different things that he could do.
Oh, no question.
Yeah. And as much as I read something this weekend. I don't remember where, but talking about if they did take Bijan Robinson at 10 and saying, yeah, everybody's up in arms about it. And then the comparisons that this kid is getting as to what type of running back he is and what he could bring to this Eagles offense and where they would go offensively in this league with somebody like him in the backfield, and then fill in all the other spots because you still have another first-round pick. All those other things, it's interesting.
I'm not anti the move, but I'm absolutely, completely, diametrically opposed to 10. I wouldn't even consider it. I think that's laughable. They're not doing that. But would I consider it at 24, 25, moving up from 30? Yeah. I'd absolutely give that a roll.
Or what if you get like a second rounder to go back to 16?
I'd do it.
And then you'd pick him up at 16?
I'd consider it. Well, no, I'd consider it. I have to see what else is on the board at the time of what they'd potentially be dealing for.
Yeah.
But I am not ruling out anything like that. I just don't believe you can write off a talent like that. Saquon Barkley, this guy scores out like higher than Saquon Barkley in almost everything.
Yeah.
But it's the idea is, do you want to?
I don't know.
Look, Saquon went what? Second?
Yeah, second overall.
Second overall, yeah.
That's terrible.
Casual fans always want the skill position players. I'm a little bit more than a casual fan, but I'm still the casual fan at heart. Give me a big wide receiver. Give me that great running back. Give me a quarterback. The skill positions I love. And I don't know. I feel like a little kid when I'm saying, yeah, man, get the running back. Get the running back.
I hear you because nobody gets excited to hear your team drafted a guard in the first round. Even though it's a smart move long term. I mean,
right.
they'll end up playing a decade plus, and I think it's probably the safest position to draft. Nobody gets excited for it.
See, the key word you said is smart. I'm not smart.
No, and no, I'm with you though. Like a lot of people, I think go for the flashy player of the shiny toy instead of the responsible thing. It's winning the lottery, a small $1,000 scratch off, and deciding to pay off your credit card debt and not going on an excursion.
Right.
There's a responsible thing to do, and then there's the cool, fun thing to do that might only last 6-7 years. The running back position will probably only last 6-7 years. It seems like this organization had a really good running back in Miles Sanders, and they decided, we're going to move on. So the idea that if they took Bijan Robinson with the second first-round pick, that they would keep him past 5 years, I don't know if they would. It doesn't seem like they'd be inclined to do that. We know that this organization doesn't value some positions, and running back might just be one of them.
Joined the station down in Charlotte talking about Miles Sanders a little bit, and I just said, look, I don't think the Eagles are going to miss Miles Sanders. I said, I was like, and I told them, I said, it's no knock on Miles Sanders. I just believe that it's the system, it's the offensive line, it's everything like that. I said, but Miles Sanders had a hell of a year because they're very much wondering what do they got in Miles Sanders. And one of the questions was, why would the Eagles not want Miles Sanders? So why should Carolina want him?
Well, I mean, that's free agency and stuff all the time. They didn't want to pay him the money he was looking for. We know what he is. Miles Sanders is a very, very good running back.
He's a good running back.
This kid Bijan Robinson. It reminds me of all right, say Kansas City was your direct rival. All right, we know how great their offense is. Like, they would just add another terrific piece to that offense. You'd be like, oh, my God, are you kidding me? I'm kind of leaning that way towards the Eagles. I wouldn't mind if
I
they
don't mind
did
it.
that.
I wouldn't mind it either. I just would mind it at 10. I don't want to go on. Again, I don't want to go to the car lot.
I think it'd be fun.
I don't want to go to the car lot and say, yeah, oh, wait a minute. And the car dealer says, yeah, John, that car right there, $44,000. No, sir. I want to pay you $58,000. But it's 44. No. Let me pay it.
Well, there's a lot of mock drafts out there that have him in the top 10. Not tons of them, but top 10, top 15. So I don't think
it's not
overpaying that much.
It's not
I just think it would be more fun than anything else.
Bijan Robinson would turn this town upside down.
What's wrong with that?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I just don't want to do it at 10.
No, doing it to 10 is dumb.
I want to turn 10 into more second-day picks in this draft. Third-day picks, I should say, for Howie.
I don't even care about that. Whatever you do with 10 should net you 10 years.
Okay, go on.
If you're drafting at 10, that position should last you a decade.
Lane Johnson.
Exactly. Like, you should have that guy for a decade. The running back position, as I just said, I don't know if they'll have they'll look at it like after 5 years we're moving on. Because they're not going to pay. If Bijan Robinson ends up being a stud, they're not going to pay him.
That's all right. Just keep him for 5 years.
No, just keep him for 5 years and break the wheels off him.
But you just spent a top 10 pick on a guy that you got 5 years out of. The same amount of time that you got Andre Dillard out of. Like, I don't know. To me, that's not good value. You could now, if they, John, to your point, if they trade from 10 and they trade to 23 and they draft Bijan Robinson,
you're different.
I have no problem. Top 10 pick, running back. No, I'll never be a fan.
You're being smart. Stop.
You're being prudent.
Stop.
The one thing I would say to you is this, though, is that there is if you were to take him and bring him in here, you've got 3 more years of A.J. Brown. You have 3 more years of contract with Devontae Smith. You're going to have a brand new contract with your quarterback. 2 more years of Dallas Goedert. I mean, you're bringing in Bijan Robinson. You're bringing him in for while you got the primes. You got all these other offensive players in their prime, and he can just plug in to be a part of that. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about 6-7 years from now.
At 10, but you have been though. You've been the guy though that has thought about long-term effects of paying.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it at 10, so I'm fine with that.
That's the thing. Like, I think we're both in lockstep. The 10 is
too rich for my blood.
Yes, but if you
15, 16 necessarily isn't.
So let's say hypothetically you trade down to 20. What are you getting for that trade?
You're getting at least a second-round pick.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, but
you're probably getting a second. You're probably getting a second, a fourth, and a fifth, something like that.
Okay, so if you tell me that I am getting Bijan, a second, a fourth, and a fifth, and I still have the
and you have the
30th,
30th,
then I'm all for that.
I'm all for it too.
But if it is just Bijan and the 30th overall
at
pick,
10, yeah, or at 10,
I can't get behind that.
I get you.
Come on, Pat.
Hey, reminding you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. Sixers and the Nuggets tonight, 9:30 on The Fanatic. In Pat's point of view, he's looking at the injury bug.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Pat.
So the injury bug, as we have talked about a little bit, has hit the Phillies. It sucks. It's not fun. What position, though, are you most concerned with when you look at the injury that they're dealing with? Is it first base with Rhys Hoskins, right field with Bryce Harper, or starting pitching with the injury of Ranger Suarez? We laid out Andrew Painter. We all know that situation. Christopher Sanchez is dealing with something, too. It's racking up. So, out of first base, right field, starting pitcher, which one concerns you the most?
Well, it's weird. We sort of did this earlier, but we're doing it in a different angle here.
That's what we bring to the table. We bring different angles. Different point of views.
Gosh, Bob, if you have an answer, do it, because I swear I don't.
I got to go Bryce Harper because, A, he's your best player. There's not concern as to the others' concerns. Let me rephrase it. The pitching concerns are unknowns. right? We don't know what the deal is with Ranger Suarez and the other guys yet. Specifically, we don't. We do know that Hoskins is out for the year. We do know that Harper's working his way back and should be here sometime late June, July, whatever it may be.
Okay.
But my concern is that when Harper comes back, it totally negates you to use that DH spot any other way. And I don't know if that could be a hindrance to the team a little bit where, as we said before, you have two corner outfielders that aren't great outfielders. You still have a third baseman and a first base. I don't know what their call is at first base, but we're not positive what they are fielding-wise, although Bohm got a lot better. I still go Bryce Harper.
John?
Yeah, I'm going to say Ranger Suarez, and it really is. If Ranger Suarez is going to be a problem that we're dealing with for a couple months, I think it could be the difference, Pat, between winning the division or not. Hosting a wild card series or not.
That's mine. Starting pitcher by far. It's the unknown factor that Bob talked about. Like, I know what Bryce Harper what his injury is and when he will be back, and at least a timeline. I know that Derek Hall will be your first baseman, and if he can't do the job, they'll go out and they will find a replacement. And I think their offense is good enough to deal with whatever Derek Hall will give you in the short term. Starting pitching, if Ranger Suarez and this injury ends up being all season long and it lingers, and then, God forbid, he needs Tommy John surgery, and that stretches out. I mean, we're not going to see him again until 2024. Andrew Painter, same thing. Banking on the fact that whatever he's dealing with, he'll be fine. Maybe he will, but he has a slight tear in his labrum. Like, that's known. That's what he was diagnosed with. So that's a concern. And you're looking at a strength of the team that could end up quickly becoming a weakness, where I was looking at it going in, a week ago, saying, okay, well, they'll address first base at the deadline. Now I'm looking at it like, man, they might have to address first base and starting pitching.
Go grab a starter, too.
And this is banking on Walker, Nola, and Wheeler all staying healthy. And that's tough.
That's a lot, too, Ray, especially after last year.
Yeah. And Falter, for that matter. Like, if somebody else goes down, they're screwed. I mean, it is going to be really, really tough to overcome that. Whereas right field, we know what we have to overcome because we know when it's coming back. But the fact that it's the unknown, as Bob talked about, and it's tenderness and all that, and stiffness and soreness, and it sucks. So I think starting pitcher is my main concern.
We discussed it earlier on today on the show. Neither of you take issue with Aaron Nola being the opening day starter, even though Zach Wheeler has been their best starting pitcher the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I could.
What's it supposed to be? Your best starter, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of 1 and 1A, yeah. And Nola's been here, and I don't mind rewarding a guy that's been here, that came up through the rankings, that you're not really losing much going from Wheeler to Nola. I'm perfectly fine with it. And as we kind of played it out until Pat confused everybody, it looks like Wheeler will be your opening day starter at home. So.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Connor came in during the break and was like, "What the hell is Pat talking about?"
It should be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Wheeler.
bang, Wheeler.
Yeah, you're including the 5. I'm not including the 5. I think the first week they'll go with a 4-man rotation because they have the 5th day that you can skip.
But yeah, okay.
I'll bet you $3, Bob.
Okay, do you think?
I'll put it on the table here.
You think home opener?
I say Walker. He says Wheeler.
You think it's Walker? Taiwan Walker.
$3, yes or no?
How? Wait, I don't know how it could be Walker.
It can't be Walker though.
I said what I said. Are you
bet it?
taking
Take the bet, Bob.
Yeah,
Take the
I'll
bet.
take the bet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I get in on the bet too?
No, you can't.
No, I can't.
No.
I'm not allowed to
kick rocks.
I'm not allowed to get on that
Snake.
bet. I'd like to get in on that one.
Speaking of betting, do you want
Yes.
the odds for knockout for the staff?
Yes, let's hear
All
it.
right.
Oh wow,
This is very official.
very good work by you, Pat.
Very official.
So
And quick
you have
work.
everybody who's playing, Coach?
Yeah, he told me.
Good.
We just talked about it.
He told me who was playing, so I got the odds here. The favorite is one Jamie Lynch, -220. Lynch comes in at -220.
Okay.
The favorite. Coming in second is, who do I got here? Andrew Salchunas, -110.
Chunas is a good bet.
Guy has played some rec league ball before.
Okay.
Coming in third, I didn't make these. All right, so this is just the sports books. Connor Thomas at +115.
Because Connor claims on his Sunday show that he's targeted And that's the reason he hasn't won in the past.
Well, he's the third favorite.
Because he's targeted.
Coming in fourth is Tyrone Johnson at plus 210. Then you've got Ricky and Hunter tied for plus 300. You've got Haley.
If Ricky's throwing bows though.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
Oh, he's not. Oh,
it's
not
a
allowed.
contact sport.
Okay.
Haley comes in at plus 450. Jen comes in at plus 600.
Might be a good bet.
The D Train, Choo Choo, Dylan McKinnon plus 1,000.
He was good last year.
And myself plus 5,000.
I might put some money down on Dylan McKinnon.
Dylan's pretty good bet.
Because Dylan might lurk.
Plus 1,000. That's good. It's good odds.
Yeah,
and he might lurk.
Oh, he's a lurker.
Like he's a lurker.
He's a guy.
He's gonna blend in.
He knows how to play the game too, in sense of like his turn will be coming. Oh, let me tie my shoe.
Because like Tunis and Egan have some sort of a devil's embargo.
Yeah, we're coworkers. We're former neighbors.
You're like a team. But I thought you said you weren't
we're not
friends.
No, we're not friends.
Neighbors, but not friends.
Yeah, we're definitely not
okay.
Friends. We're coworkers.
What's Jenna Cooney's odds?
Oh, so if Jamie's minus 220, Jenna is minus 247.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
Getting very
she knocked
specific.
him out last time.
She did.
Now, is there
let's
any
forget.
bad blood there, Bob? As far as going to continue?
Oh, there's tons of bad.
Oh, it's a rivalry renewed.
Yeah, it's like the Hatfields and the McCoys.
It's
they
ugly.
don't speak. They see each
Pat,
other.
you better watch. There will be somebody in the competition looking for you. Maybe
I doubt it.
your second favorite Phillies rep of all time,
No, that's scumbag.
cousin Matt.
Yeah, we're letting him in.
He may be able to outbound you.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we let him in.
He might be able
I'm
to.
gonna have to flag security down. And say, excuse me, sir.
Sir,
This guy, station stalker. We
might
need
be
him
able
out.
to outbound you.
We need him out.
We won't be able to-
He's sending me too many feet pics. I don't appreciate it. We need him out of here.
So should be a great time. Knockout coming up on Wednesday night. So that should be a lot of fun. Hopefully it just rains today, right?
It's going to be a late night. That game's not till 7:30, right?
start.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's an ESPN game, which makes games go about 10 to 15 minutes longer.
Oh gosh.
And then we might just have to sleep over at the Wells Fargo.
Yeah, you grab some sleep.
Well, I've tried to ask to do that, and
We can grab some.
nobody
sleep.
gets back to us.
You can just get. You can hide somewhere. There's only so many workers that work there. You can
It's
just
not hard.
Would you ever do that?
No.
hide in the arena.
Yes.
No,
It'd be a misdemeanor.
no.
I do know
misdemeanor.
people that did it for the World Series in 08, though.
They did?
Yeah.
What did they hide on top of toilets?
No, they did
Because I know
different
that's
things.
they send in people to check.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. So when did they go in?
I'll have to check with my source
Yeah,
on
I
that
need to
exactly.
see-
Was
how it
this the
happened.
night that it rained that they called the game off?
Because 2 nights.
that would've
later,
been
they
2
picked it up.
nights.
Yeah, you can't survive in that place for 2 nights.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know exactly what the thing was. If they were there for something the day before for something else, I don't know. But yeah, there was. And this is no BS. This is a guy I used to work with that you guys both know.
Okay.
He knew of these people.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
What if you get caught? Misdemeanor.
Yeah, if you get caught,
Misdemeanor trespassing.
Sorry, I was looking for my keys.
Going to the bathroom.
Yeah, and I got locked in.
Is the game over?
My
So,
bad.
look at that.
I'm just here for batting practice.
Is Bob likes the way the Phillies have handled some things, which is good. And there's reason not to be concerned about Aaron Nola and his contract going forward. We'll get to it next. Hopefully you're having a good Monday morning with us. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. It's supposed to be a crappy afternoon. So let the best show ever drive you home, and they're going to get the bad weather to drive you home, and they'll entertain you this afternoon right after Cuz Radio. So what's the scoop on Cuz with the surgery? When does he have to?
I don't
When does he
know.
have to
I
have
haven't
his
gotten an
surgery on this
update
thing? Because he's hobbling around.
Yeah, that's not fun. Having a torn Achilles, I would think. Yeah.
It doesn't sound fun at all.
What do you think happens first? He gets surgery or I get glasses?
He gets surgery. Because I've given up on the glasses.
Yeah.
Looks like you're just not going to do it.
Tend to agree.
What's Chunas gives a story on social media yesterday. It was I guess they were talking about like opening day stories or something like that, best opening day memories. And Chunas said he was grounded and he had to paint the shutters. And when he came home from school, I guess his dad had set up everything for the painting that he had to do. And his dad had the Phillies game. He couldn't watch the Phillies game. But his dad had it set up where the Phillies game was playing in the garage for him.
Oh, all right.
So
Why
he was
was he
able-
grounded? Did he give the
So I
story?
so I asked the question. I said, okay, you're missing part of the story here. What were you grounded for? He says, I don't remember.
I call BS on that one.
Pat?
Man, I was grounded so much, I don't remember every specific reason why I was grounded.
You were grounded a lot?
Oh, yeah. Which, by the way, shout out to my mom because it's her birthday today.
Happy
Hey,
birthday, T-Dog.
T-Dog.
Yeah, me and the wooden spoon got quite acquainted.
Whoa. I can understand that. This is when he was in high school.
Oh, high school, yeah, probably.
You would remember why you got grounded in high school, right?
I think so. I think I'd have an idea, but then again, you're bringing this up, and I can't think of one reason why I was grounded in high school. I just know it happened.
I don't remember my parents weren't into the grounding.
No, I got grounded once.
Okay, what was the problem?
5th grade.
You were
me
drinking.
and my friend Glenn Olson got detention for talking and laughing in church.
And how long were you like shut down for?
I think he started with a year.
What?
And then dwindled. So my mom was away. This was messed up.
Oh, okay.
You know how you had the parent that you went to sign things when?
Oh, yeah.
But and so your mom would probably give you all right, just don't get another F.
Don't
and
do
sign
this
it,
again, right?
And didn't tell your dad. My mom was away because she was to help taking care of her father who was sick at the time or somebody. And so I had to give it to dad. So I was, all upset. I didn't know what to do. I went to Glenn. I said, well, how did your mom, because he only had a mom, his dad had passed. I said, how did your mom handle it? He goes, fine. I forged her name.
Did you ever forge?
No,
I got
couldn't. And my dad was very close to the church and the school and the parent and the teachers. And so he started, you're grounded for a year because talking and laughing in mass wasn't.
Oh, no. Wasn't going to be acceptable.
No, I think it dwindled down to about 3 days or until I had my next basketball practice.
I became a professional forger when it came to my mom's name.
So you could do your mom's name?
Not well, but well enough where the teacher had no idea. I mean, there was a stretch in 5th grade where it was like every day I was just forging her name. When she found out, she wasn't too happy about it. I got grounded for that.
Did you ever change a report card grade?
No, couldn't do that.
Couldn't do it. So when you came along, it was digital?
No, it wasn't digital, but I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't think about the ability to change it. Also, you would have the parent-teacher conference, which my mom went to every time.
Oh, so she went to
would
all
go in
those.
to find out, hey, why is my kid failing? I was like, well, your kid doesn't shut up, and he has to have the last word about everything.
Well,
I made a great thing for sports radio, but
Can we give
So
detention
there
Exactly.
was no
Coach, can you give a detention out?
Well, we do demerits, right?
You're allowed to give it. Okay, you give demerits.
Yeah, Pat. Yeah, Pat wouldn't make it.
Pat, you'd be in constant. You'd be in
hurts.
brig.
That hurts, man.
You'd be in brig all the time.
We didn't call it brig. What do we call it?
In
high school, I didn't really get detention.
We had one disciplinarian, one of the older teachers, who called it brig. I guess it must have been called brig before.
I know. I think in North they called it, and maybe Judge they called it jug because it was justice under God.
Okay.
I don't know what we called it at Doherty because honestly, I didn't really get in trouble at Doherty. It was grade school was. I mean, I was made out to be like on the FBI's most wanted list in grade school.
And then you get to high school and you have teachers who actually are more engaged in.
A little bit, yeah. It was more of you didn't have a reputation in high school.
They
It was a blank
appreciated your
state.
Were
your
you
humor
better?
in high school.
Were you better though?
Probably. I mean, but I do think though there's truth to what Bob said. There's more appreciation from the teachers for my sense of humor.
Right.
maybe in high school than it was in grade school.
I told you before, Father Corkery got so pissed that I would, not pissed, but he'd be pissed that I would be talking in class or cutting jokes, and he was the guy who lectured. So we would give you a reading assignment, then you would have to, and he would sort of lecture off the reading assignment. He literally would just say, if he saw that I was in one of those moods, he'd stop class and just go, Mr. Kincade, why don't you come up and entertain the class for a minute or two, and then you can go back to your seat and shut the hell up.
That's mean.
And he was good. So nobody let you have a few minutes of entertainment. So
Were the kids entertained, or were they just like, oh, God?
I think it worked well.
Yeah?
It worked. Oh, well,
Okay.
well, wasn't you weren't being lectured on Russian history?
Yeah, good point.
So that is one of the.
I don't know.
By you. Yeah.
That is one of
I
those
might have
things.
taken the Russian history.
He was a great.
What's your Mount Rushmore of oligarchs?
He was a great. He was a great teacher.
Yeah.
Like the teachers that care. But I had great history teachers.
Yeah, the teachers that get it, that are relatable, they always seem to make the
Oh, my
most
gosh.
impressions on the
I
kids,
ran
right?
into my freshman year Spanish teacher at the Wings game.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen this guy since freshman year, sophomore year of high school. I'm sitting in line. The guy goes, "You a Doherty guy?" I was like, "Yeah." And then I recognized him, and we chatted, and I said, "Hey, como te?" And he goes, "Excuse me?"
Is he the one that
como
you-
te? And he goes, kind of looked at me, and I go, "Oh, you taught me Spanish, but you don't speak it anymore." No, don't worry, neither do I.
Is he the one who you went out in the hallway with your radio?
No, that was college.
So that was at college.
Yeah, college. I had an oral exam, and I was waiting out in the hallway, and I decided to pull up the Spanish broadcast of some random baseball game because it was a Thursday. There's a lot of day games going on, and when I walked in for my little exam, I said, "Excuse me, wait 1 minute. Okay, we're out of the inning."
Oh, there you go.
Got a point for that.
See?
For that wittiness.
That's good wittiness.
See, yeah, in high school and college, Bobby, they appreciated that, but in grade school,
Grade school, they didn't?
Yeah, well,
no, I was not well liked.
yours is a humor that probably digests better with older people.
That's certainly one way to put it.
Yeah.
I'm still insufferable, but in grade school, probably worse.
You were funny, dude. I bet you were funny.
Yeah, to some people.
Now, did you have to sit alphabetical?
To start the season, yeah.
Homerooms, we did. No, I don't
Homeroom
know.
we did, yeah.
We had a whole row of Kelly kids with last name Kelly.
Like, are they related or are they?
No, they were all, because we had such a big school,
Yeah.
there was a whole entire row of people whose last name was Kelly.
Delco has
Really?
a big.
Yes,
Irish.
Delco's big, yes. A lot of Kellys. And we had to sit alphabetically, and Kincade was always in the back of the third row. So I never had to sit in the front of the classroom, unless teachers would come up with some manipulating of the rules in order to get the kids that were talking in the back of the class to do so.
They wanted you as far away as possible.
Exactly. Keep it that way.
Yeah.
Hey, in Cooney's Corner, Bob likes the way this team's handled things.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's corner.
All right, we all saw the highlights, and a lot of people had reaction to Bryce Harper taking ground balls at first base the other day.
Uh-huh.
To me, it was nothing more as he went out on the field and said, "Hey, I got nothing else to do. Hit me some ground balls." I didn't
Yes.
think it was anything serious. So I really do think that they are doing here you go, Derek Hall, job's yours. And I love it. I love that they are. I love that they're showing confidence in the kid. I love that they're not making it too complicated right now. I love that it's just, hey, we move on and play. We love this kid. It seems so Rob Thompson-like to me. Now, maybe anybody would do this. Most managers would do it. I don't know. But when you have a lineup the way you do and you could juggle some guys around maybe the way you can, for them just to hand it off to Derek Hall, A++ in my book. I love it.
What is the number one reason you're giving that kind of A++?
I think they're showing confidence in a kid that showed a little bit of ability last year, that hit 9 home runs in 150 at-bats, that has that power that you're looking for from the left-handed side of the lineup, that you just say, okay, man, that's why you're here. That's exactly why you're here. And you were going to be
Big
our
swats.
DH.
Big swats.
You were going to be our DH. Okay, well, now you're just going to have to do it in the field also. To me, it just shows a confidence. And, that's already a hill that they've climbed, and that Derek Hall can, okay, they're just going to put me in there every day, and I'm going to have to just hit and play the field. Now, Pat said it the other day. Give him a couple months. Maybe there's a clock on it. Maybe it becomes blatantly obvious that this kid can only hit fastballs down the middle from right-handers. I don't know, but I love that they just said, go ahead, man. It's yours.
I asked somebody around the Phillies because I got Like, wow, are they going to move Harper to first base? Is that going to be the plan going forward? And I was told Bryce Harper's taking grounders at first base ever since he's come to Philly.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, it didn't look like
it's just a
anything to me.
warm-up. I think he's done this ever since he's been a Philly.
Yeah.
He routinely will take grounders at first base. It doesn't make him a first baseman. But it did intrigue me.
Sure.
I got to say, that idea did intrigue me, but he's been taking grounders at first base for years while Rhys Hoskins was still here and under contract. So, and healthy. So
I love that Derek Hall went up to Rhys Hoskins, gave him a hug, and said, "I'm so sorry." And Hoskins said, "No, man, it's your time. Go
Go
get
for
it." Yeah. There's just so much likability about this team. And confidence to me is such a big part of sports. When the organization, when your manager shows you that confidence, Derek Hall,
yes.
I think now it's time for him to go out and get it. Now, I love that they did it. Now, we'll see how it plays out.
Right.
But I don't know why, and Pat, I don't know if you're with me. I have confidence in this kid for some reason.
My confidence is ticking up, and I think part of it is I don't have a choice. So I have to kind of get on board with it.
And let it breathe, right?
But yeah, I mean, look, he in a short amount of time, he looked decent last year. If he can somehow manage to just survive against lefties a little bit better, I think he'll be all right.
He just struck out every third time.
And you kind of expect
that you can't from a rookie. Yes, yeah. I can't live with that. I can't live with that for 8 weeks this year.
No.
He's got to. That has to improve.
It's got to be better. But once again,
I'll give him the time. I'll give it the time to breathe. And
struggling after 2.5 months, they'll go and they'll address it.
And I'm sure they will.
Yeah, they'll be free. They'll be first baseman out there, but you got to at least figure out if this kid can be something before you go and make a reactionary move. Now's not the time. Your offense should be good enough. Your lineup should be good enough to hold water for the time being until you have to decide whether he's the guy or he's not.
Tony works at the stadium, and he says Bryce Harper routinely takes ground balls on the left side of the infield, too, some days during batting practice.
Well, I was looking at it. It was early in the morning. Right. You could tell from where the sun was and all that stuff. It was very early in the morning. He just seems like a dude I'm out playing. I'm going to go outside and play now. So he goes out before the workouts start and does that.
An interesting thought, though, because people forget he was drafted as a catcher.
Which is crazy, isn't he?
He played catcher in all of high school, and he played catcher in his 1 year at college. And you look at catching as the position that transfers over to first base. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that one day he could play first base. I'd be shocked if he did it this season.
Right.
But it's not the stupidest conspiracy theory out there right now. There's actually some weight to it because he probably could play it because of his history of playing catcher.
9 o'clock hour, the John Kincade Show is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's, and for details, go to bagster.com. So, again, we talked about it earlier on in the show today. I am not going to take the cheese of the Aaron Nola contract negotiations breaking off and going poorly. In fact, I read quotes earlier today about the situation, and then afterwards I said, well, those were the situation back when JT Realmuto, when right before the regular season, contract negotiations on an extension broke down with JT Realmuto and his representatives. So I'm not biting this time. I'm going to trust John Middleton, and I'm going to trust that this works out. That I'm not going to overreact to, this doesn't sound good. The two sides aren't in agreement. They're not in agreement probably because the amount of money that has to be committed and the amount of money that they've already laid out there for other guys in long-term deals.
Yeah, and if I'm the Phillies, I'm saying, okay, this is the number we have. We're a little far apart. Let's wait till this year's over. He might perform even beyond your numbers that you're throwing out there now, or he could come back to where we are, or it could be an injury, whatever. I mean, the Phillies, if you want to put it this way, they won this round, I think. Do they want Nola here? I would assume so.
I would assume so also.
But I never mind the guy's under contract, watching him this year and see how it plays out. Now you go to the table a little bit better armed if you're both sides after this year.
Would you ever feel that way about Jalen Hurts?
Football's different because of injury is more, likely.
Right.
Business-wise, sure. I'd love it.
even though it would potentially destroy the relationship. Like Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. They hate each other, but it looks like they're going to end up tied with each other.
Yeah, I can't say that it would ruin a relationship. I don't know. Does Jalen Hurts want a contract done before the year? Probably. Is he contractually obligated to play for the Eagles next year no matter what? Yes. So I don't know what it would do to their relationship.
Where do you fall on this, Pat? As far as that relationship type building type of situation. I'm not worried about the Nola contract.
I'm a little worried about it. Yeah, I am.
What concerns you the most?
I think it's a different situation. The JT Realmuto stuff was coming out of COVID, so teams were less likely to spend, and I don't think he got the money on the open market that he might have thought he was going to get. And the fear-mongering that goes on with Steve Cohen, he elected to go with James McCann. What an idiot. Instead of signing JT Realmuto, and there just weren't a lot of teams that were open to giving $20 million plus to a catcher at that point. They either had their catcher or they just weren't willing to spend because of COVID. This is different because every team's looking for starting pitching, and the idea that they're going to go into the season without a deal, he doesn't want to negotiate during the season, and it's going to go up to free agency. I think there's more of a chance that he leaves than JT. I never really was worried about JT leaving, but with Nola, first of all, I think that the organization wants to see how he adapts to the pitch clock because he is the slowest pitcher to work on their staff. Yeah, I think some of the injuries that he's been dealing with the past couple of years, I think there might be a little concern over that.
The running out of gas thing
he's been a little up and down in his career. I mean, he's been solid. He's been really good, and at times he's looked like an ace. But it's not like you can count on him like Zach Wheeler. So do you want to give $25+ million, $30 million to Aaron Nola? I'd probably wait if I were them, but I'm waiting, and he's not willing to negotiate when I'm deciding whether or not I want to give him that contract. And with the pitching that they have coming through the pipeline, pretty close to being major league ready, I think there's a chance. I think it's a pretty good chance, actually, that he's not here next year.
Oh, that really breaks my heart. That honestly, surprisingly, would break my heart.
I mean, teams overpay for pitching. Every year they overpay. I mean, look, I know it's worked out, but the Phillies overpaid for Zach Wheeler when they signed him.
And it worked.
When you look at what Zach Wheeler was when they signed him, they basically paid for splits. They paid banking on that his splits would equal out to a full season. And it has, and it's worked out. But giving $100 million to a guy, and it was one of the problems I had when they signed Wheeler, it's a whole lot of money based on a split and banking on, okay, well, he did this half the year, he can do it the whole year. But that's how desperate they were for starting pitching. There's going to be another team out there that's going to be willing to give Aaron Nola $30 million.
And the Mets would be all over.
Yeah, I talked to Jamie about it. The fear-mongering of the Mets. I'm not.
You think you really don't?
No, the guy wouldn't pay for Kumar Rocker, who was his first-round draft pick, and he pointed to money being the reason why. That's an organization that lost over $100 million last year. Eventually, the fear-mongering of, oh, my God, this guy's rich, it's got to go by the wayside because you got to stop making stupid deals.
Okay.
So I'm not worried about him joining the Mets. I'm not worried about Ohtani joining the Mets. But some team out there is going to overpay for Aaron Nola.
You know, the thing with Nola, I'm really anxious to see, and I watched him pitch a little bit on, I guess it was Saturday, might have been Friday, I don't remember. Is the pitch clock thing.
It was a bad outing.
Yeah, he had a bad outing. But it's the pitch clock thing. I wonder if that's going to affect him. We know when he gets on a roll and he gets going, he's not that slow. He's still slow, but he's not that slow. But when he gets somebody on base, the way it slows him down.
And I would hope that it would benefit him.
He's the human rain.
Remember I said that before? Remember I brought that up? I said it just might benefit him because he seems to get slower with a guy on base and then he gets out of rhythm.
Now he doesn't have time to think about the guy on base. He just has to throw.
Yeah, but I wonder if he feels so rushed all the time that it's going to affect him.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it will play a part in his game, though.
It's the most I'm fascinating is opening day. We're going to be out at P.J. Wellahan's in Doylestown, by the way. Brand new PJ's location. It's awesome. We're going to be there on Thursday afternoon. Come say goodbye to Heavy Chevy, too, as he'll be with us. I'm anxious. Like how long will that game take?
2 hours and 2.5 hours. I think it'll be over by 6:30.
If it's Nola, is it by the way DeGrom? Is DeGrom pitching the opener?
Schedule, yeah.
So if it's Nola DeGrom, that game might be Pat. It could be 2 hours and 10 minutes.
That'd be cool.
The way these things go.
If we can fit in a baseball game during a 2 hour happy hour, that'd be great.
Be fantastic.
That'd be ideal.
That would be.
It would be amazing.
Yeah.
And
It'll take longer to drive home than it would to watch the game.
I'll tell you, I really think that by May 1st, the amount of people that were, and there weren't a ton of them, but the amount of people that were anti-pitch clock are going to be all about the pitch clock.
did you see Mark Mulder on social media this weekend?
No.
The amount of people that are going to turn off baseball because of these new rules.
Turn off baseball.
It's gonna Mark, and I was like, Mark,
But the people that were turning on baseball are dead right now.
Mark, it's gonna be exactly. Baseball's audience is old.
Yeah, like
This is going to help it. It's going to help it. It's just the baseball purists, and Mark Mulder's one of them. It's going to be the amount of people that are going to turn away from this game because of these new stupid rules. I'm like, no.
Bob remembers this. So back in 1883, when they
The Phillies' first game.
when they changed the rules from being able to tell the pitcher where you want the ball to having the pitcher decide where he wanted the ball, and you just had to hit it. People really thought that people weren't going to watch the games anymore.
Bob
They
wrote a
did.
piece on that.
Well, me and Grushy McGrath were talking about it before the game. And
likes
because he
McGinty.
liked it high and inside.
Yes.
Hey now.
And so pitchers noticed that, and he kind of got upset that then they went low and away.
It's just the evolution of the sport.
Yes.
And baseball has been the one sport to hate evolution. I mean, they were the slowest to get replay. They were like, you look at some of the advancements in even DH. It was like a no-brainer, and they were slow to adapt to it. And this is another example of an adaptation of the sport. You grow or die. It's not.
It's
rocket science.
evolve. I mean, it's just.
I mean, the NHL did it. People made it known. We don't like paying $80 for ties. Okay, well then we won't have ties anymore, and they figured it out. Football has done it with overtimes, with giving both teams but for whatever reason, baseball goes with, oh my God, it's going to kill the game. And
we have the greatest game, and we're not
I'm
going to break away from what we do all the time.
I'm not a fan of all the rule changes, but this is the same logic that Bobby, earmuff your ears here. This is the same logic that killed the newspaper industry. Like, we don't have to change. We've been doing it this way for 100 plus years. You do have to change.
I had guys, Bob, there was a famous columnist in Atlanta who once got in my face about something that I said on the radio, and he said to me, "You actually believe people are not going to pick up a daily newspaper?" And I said, "Yes. I think kids, young people won't. They're going to read it. They're not going to go and pick up a newspaper." I said, I thought at the time I was going to be one of those people who would always pick up a newspaper. Now I read the digital copy. I'm a digital subscriber.
Probably the only kid that I saw in high school carrying around a paper.
yeah.
I would get the Daily News every day, and I told you guys before, I'd read it during class. C's get degrees.
Bill Donahue once caught me with it in the in history class because I don't know what I was trying to do. I was trying to win a bet over somebody or something. And Mr. Donahue was like, "Good to see you're doing your required reading."
I would sit there. I'd read the columns.
Cooney's column?
I don't think he was on the beat yet. Bobby,
What year?
When did you join the beat?
9.
Okay, so I was graduated at that point. Yeah, so I'm talking like
You would never have graduated. If Bob was writing, you would have been so distracted.
I would do the Sudoku during religion theology class. I would do the Sudoku puzzle.
Whose class was that? You remember?
R.I.P. Miss Smith. Yeah.
See, now here's the
Miss
thing.
Smith.
There was a test. That was a test. Andrew Salchunas knows why he was. He knows why he was grounded. I just asked you. You're like, well, what teacher gave you that? You answered right off the bat of your head. Yeah, you knew why you got this.
But there are some classes though where if you told me, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, but I think Andrew there must have been something nefarious going on.
I think
Either that or he was a bad kid.
For Mr. Chunas to make him paint the shutters on opening day of baseball.
I would have to think that it has to do with something that Bob likes to do in his spare time. But
you
if
think
you're
he was
under the
throwing
age of
some-
21, you're not
Could
allowed
be.
to do it.
Yeah, it could be.
A little underage stuff.
Hey, the Bagster, it's a dumpster in a bag. Get yours today. Go to Bagster.com. It's the final stretch of the morning, presented by my friends at Stretch Zone. Stretch Zone's coming to our next open house show. We're going to tell you about it later in the week. If you want to relieve sore muscles, increase your flexibility and range of motion, book your free 30-minute stretch session today at StretchZone.com. Embiid locks down the MVP for good tonight. John Kincade Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. The Bet Parks app. Some golf, Bob? Are you getting there?
Yeah, I am.
Has Connor been out yet?
I think he played like FDR or something.
Walnut Lane, maybe, or whatever?
Or Walnut Lane, yeah.
I think he did play Walnut Lane.
I watched a lot of golf this weekend, actually.
How'd you enjoy it?
I like match play. Match play.
I love
pretty
match
cool,
play.
Yeah. I'm ready. Why did that song cut out so quickly?
It
was jamming pretty good.
Sorry, I faded it down too quick.
Okay.
It's my fault.
I'm all right.
It's a great song. Does that, Pat?
Ain't nobody worried about
Pat,
me.
does that movie? You are not as big a golf guy as Bob and I are.
I immediately think of Caddyshack, though.
But does it hold up for you? Does that movie?
Oh no, it never held up for me. It took me 4 times to get through it.
See, there it is. It's like if you're not a golf fan, I think there's something to it.
Maybe. I mean, I stuck it out and eventually finished it, but it's not like I didn't want to like it. I just didn't really. It didn't hit with me.
Did Airplane hit with you?
Yes.
I think
Found that hilarious.
I think Airplane was fantastic.
Yeah, that was
fun. the old woman talking jive alone.
Mrs. Cleaver.
Yeah, she was
awesome.
Hilarious.
Stewardess, I speak jive.
Yeah.
Just spectacular. What was that coach? Barbara Billingsley. There you go.
Is that who it was?
Barbara Billingsley.
Yeah,
By the way,
Beaver's mother.
Kenny Loggins
Yes.
touring this summer.
I heard that.
How about that?
How old's Kenny Loggins? He's got to be older than Springsteen, right?
That's a good question.
I would think
There's a way to find these.
I would think
things
if
out.
there was a machine, as Mike Francesa would say, the Google machine. If there only was a machine that we could use, I would guess him to be older than Springsteen.
Oh man, he doesn't. Yeah,
He hasn't aged well. or
he's
is he?
older than Springsteen. Is
Okay,
correct.
how old? 76?
75.
75.
yeah.
Okay. I admire that, man.
You need the money?
That's what I'm wondering. Do you need money?
He might.
Do you know what we
Maybe
saw the
just-
other day at the Wells Fargo? Christina goes, wait a minute. Bryan Adams is playing the Wells Fargo this summer? She saw Bryan Adams at Six Flags in Fort Lauderdale. And she's like, wait a minute. That was in the 80s when Bryan Adams was big. He was playing the Six Flags.
And he's gotten a little bigger.
Now he's playing the Wells Fargo. How old's Bryan Adams?
Bryan Adams probably.
Well, he was
60?
playing in the summer
He's
of 69,
easily 60.
right?
Yeah.
No, he's easily 60.
Well, in 69,
I
he
would-
got his first real 6-string.
Yeah.
He won in the 5 and dime.
Played it till his fingers
63.
bled.
Yeah, and that was the summer of 69.
Yes.
Bryan
He-
Adams is 63.
Now he's coming and and
My
Christina.
mom turned 63 today.
Wow, her
Comes
and
full
Bryan Adams.
circle.
Wait a minute.
Are you implying that Bryan Adams is my father? Trust me, that'd be a lot cooler. If that
No,
was
we
true,
like your
but-
dad. Your dad,
No, my
Bryan
dad's
Adams
great.
doesn't watch.
My dad's great, but I mean, if Bryan Adams was my actual father, I'd be able to probably live off that catalog. Be a lot better. Trust me.
Okay, does Bryan Adams have enough songs to?
Yeah, and I've voiced my displeasure with my father for not being able to really hone his skills on the guitar and the didgeridoo and create a successful musical.
Wait till Jack gets a hold of you later. Then wait till he starts calling you out
I won't be
for what
here.
you're not doing.
No, I'll be absentee at that
You'll
point.
be absentee at that point.
Bryan Adams, 2 kids, right?
You okay?
Mirabella Bunny Adams,
What?
That's a stage name.
Jesus.
Lula
gosh.
Rosalia Adams.
My gosh.
That's a great middle name, Bunny.
And you can both see him at a little club down on Delaware Avenue.
Now,
Drop my name, get in before 11.
I bet you Bob knew a bunny growing up. I knew multiple bunnies in Delco, girls who
Bunny?
went by Bunny.
Seriously?
Yes.
No.
Sort of like Chicky.
Dude, the only place I
Like
know
where,
a bunny
like-
is a club on Delaware Ave.
No, I knew multiple bunnies.
I don't know
That
know
was
about
their
many girls going
nickname.
by Bunny.
It was Barbara, I believe. I think they were Barbara.
yeah, but no
and
bunnies.
the nickname was Bunny.
Nope.
And there were some bunnies out there. Not Playboy bunnies, though, either. Hey, the New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you we all need to work together to help keep our transit system safe. So report suspicious activity to 888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. If they tell you it's safe to drink the water today and you're in one of the affected areas, are you buying it?
No.
I'm not drinking. I wouldn't be. Are you in the
Hell
affected
no.
area?
I am not. I'm in Philadelphia, but I'm not.
Okay,
in
but you're not in the
area.
affected area.
No, I'm still not drinking the water.
I wouldn't. I'd steer clear for a couple days till this all cycles through.
Yeah, I think I'd do that too.
I don't think I'd be. I'm not trying to create hysteria, but I'm not. When they sent out the alarm yesterday, do not drink the water, and then we're like, oh no! By the 6 o'clock news, it was like, no, you can drink the water. I'm going. Wait a minute.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, thinking zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, Just go get some bottled water. Get it for you.
Easier said than done from the looks of it yesterday.
You know what's weird, though?
Flying off the shelf.
Yeah, but I'm trying to remember I'm trying to remember the young reporter's name from Channel 6. She was smart enough to say that the local
Monica
gas...
Malpass.
Monica's not around anymore. The gas station, Lisa Thomas Laurie, the gas stations had water.
Yeah, they usually do.
They cleared out... Yeah, but they had cleared out the Acme.
Yeah,
and cleared out the Target.
You got to go to like an A+.
Just go to one, right.
Or Jersey.
And go clear them out. Well, Jersey has all the water in the world.
Oh, we got tons of water over
You
there.
know. I
Yeah,
bet you our vending machine at work right now has plenty of bottled water.
I think you got water if you need it.
Yeah.
Now, one place you will not need water, but you're still going to want to drink it, is the Aussies for Autism Food Festival, hosted by G'day Gourmet, featuring Jordan Mailata. And it's coming up soon, Bobby.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Saturday, April 22nd from noon to 6 at the Lighthouse Sports Complex at 101 East Erie Avenue in Philly. Come on out. It's going to be a great time. There's going to be carnival games, bouncy houses, music, all the things you want to do. Mailata's going to be there. So is his... You know, he was the best man in Landon Dickerson's wedding this weekend.
Doesn't shock me.
And Landon Dickerson's going to be there also.
Congratulations to Landon.
Yeah, Mailata's going to be singing, and both Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson, they're going to be hosting an official Australian meat pie eating contest. The event is being run by Kids Coalition, and proceeds will benefit local children with autism and families in need. Kids 12 and under get in for free, and for others, the tickets are only $10, John. So get tickets now at AussiesForAutism.com. If you have any trepidations about if you have a child with autism and, you know, things are kind of rough, give it a try, because when you're around other people that know how to, you know, behave or be with people with autism and all, it's such a comfort. It's so easy. I beg you to try it out. Come on out. It's going to be a great day.
Sounds going to be an amazing event.
Yeah, we're all going to be together for an absolutely wonderful event.
We have I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No, go ahead.
Congratulations to Landon Dickerson. I was just going to make that in a few places that I frequent in my area of town. Landon Dickerson also will pop in, and he has an excellent reputation. The young man has created a great reputation for himself, being a good neighbor, being a good community member, and being very down to earth.
That's
so
cool.
Congratulations to him.
We have not breaking news, but it's news.
Okay.
Phillies announced that this is from Todd Zalecki about 5 minutes ago. Phillies announced that Cody Clemens has been optioned. Scott Kingery reassigned to minor league camp. It means Jake Cave and Dalton Guthrie get the team's 2 final bench jobs, barring an outside acquisition before opening day.
Did you believe that Kingery was going to get one of those spots, or were you just being flippant with me the other day?
I actually thought he was going to get one of the spots.
There was a chance he was going to get one.
But I mean, I guess they need outfielders more than they need infielders at this point, so I guess the moves make sense.
Why are they doing this on Monday?
He did have a really good camp. Like, he had a really good spring training, so I figured, okay, maybe $7 million, it would make sense. But I don't know why they why
are they doing it today when they don't have to do it till Wednesday?
The Yankees announced yesterday that Anthony Volpe was the team's like 21-year-old phenom.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and he grew up in Jersey and idolized Derek Jeter, and Derek Jeter was the last 21-year-old to start at shortstop. So my whole point of that story is, like, teams are doing this now. They've started to announce who's making the team, who's not, so they can kind of get their ducks in a row, and it opens the door for a Phillies to make an acquisition because they know, okay, you just optioned X, Y, and Z on this team. Hey, we like him. Let's bring him over.
By the way, I saw the Volpe story getting announced on national television last night, and the female sportscaster who did it said, "Oh, I bet you he's going to have no problem getting a date. The ladies are going to be all over him."
Well, good for him.
That's great for Anthony Volpe.
Yeah.
But could you imagine that being said about a female athlete?
Yeah, you can't say that.
Do you believe a male anchor on a major network would say, "Boy, the men are going to be all over her"?
Yeah,
No.
you can't.
No. And I'm sure it was just casually being goofed off around.
Yeah.
The young man is very charming. He's going to be.
Did you guys see the video of him getting called in? Was that part of
it was. I saw something. Yes, he got called to the desk.
Cool. Yeah. So Boone calls me and he's like, you did great, but we can only go with one starting shortstop. So congratulations. It was cool, the ups and downs, the way they did it.
Every video I've seen Aaron Boone as a manager, and I didn't know how he was going to be. I love Aaron Boone as a manager. Like, that dude, I'd want to play for that guy if I was a major league player. He seems to really get it. And not that I don't love Rob Thompson, but I've just been really impressed with the job that he's done as manager of the Yankees.
I can tell you that when he was at ESPN and doing radio shows and everything, whenever he was asked to be a part of the network shows and, okay, you have to do this, he did it with such enthusiasm and kindness. I'll root for him forever.
Yeah,
Not
he
only
seems like
because
a
of
good
his,
dude.
I used to say because of his dad, too. So I'm going to root for you because of your father.
Yeah.
Because Bob Boone.
And his grandfather.
Bob, I don't remember Ray. You did a big 3-piece feature on Ray.
Ray and I went to grammar school.
Not
together.
his brother.
He's-
Brett always gets forgotten.
Yes.
Shout out to Brett.
Brett, I got to cover Brett in Atlanta when he was a Brave.
I look at him as a Mariner. I didn't even know he played in Atlanta.
Yeah, and he bulked up
Oh, did he?
that year really big.
Same vitamins as
I don't know, like he
Lenny
looked.
Dykstra.
He was
Lenny
before.
Dykstra?
He was before Dan Ugla, and Dan Ugla was a cartoon character.
Dan Ugla was.
Yes, jacked.
There's a blast from the past.
Jacked.
I mean, Connor would tell you that Dan Ugla wore jerseys that were too tight.
Yes, exactly. A little bit too
But you
much.
know, if you got them, you might as well flaunt them.
Hey, here's one thing I'll tell you, though. Who's on the hot seat is a question that everybody's asking, and I think it's this guy.
Yesterday's game has everyone talking, but one person is on the hot seat. Let's find out who.
A week ago, we didn't know that Rhys Hoskins was going to miss the season. Now we do. And one young player appears to be given the keys to the kingdom. They've tossed first base to Derek Hall and said, get after it, buddy, and do your best. I hope the Phillies show a lot of confidence in him. But one thing is true. Fans are not going to be extremely patient, even though Rob Thompson may be. It's a big loss to be missing a guy like Rhys Hoskins in the lineup. And Derek Hall is going to be expected to perform and to perform quickly. Will he have great success? I'm pretty confident that Derek Hall is going to perform to a level that'll please most of us. Pat said 20 and 60 earlier today. I'd be fine with that if that's the case. But one thing is clear. All eyes are going to be on a guy who isn't actually that young, 26. Derek Hall, welcome to the hot seat. And everybody is rooting for your success because without it, the 2023 Phillies could potentially be sunk for winning a division title. Visit DelcoHVAC.com. My friends at H&H Heating and Air Conditioning, the Hoke brothers, take great care of you. If you need an honest and fair estimate on a new HVAC system or emergency service on the one you got, visit DelcoHVAC.com. Tell Joe Hoke and the boys that I said hello, and they'll take great care of you there. So, Hall appears like he's got his head on straight, though.
Yeah, and I'll call it the warm seat.
The warm seat.
I think because this lineup is so good and because of all the runs that I think they're going to produce, even without Rhys Hoskins, even without Bryce Harper to begin with, I think this is going to be a really good lineup. There's not I don't conceive it right now as there being pressure on him to produce as much as if this lineup needed him to produce.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
But if there's a hot seat to be had, you're exactly right.
I mean, he's the guy, all eyeballs are going to be on him.
Exactly. Yeah. But I wonder if he'll be able to ease into this because this lineup is so good. Now, maybe not. Maybe they well, I shouldn't say uncharacteristic because they haven't been together yet. Maybe they, for some reason, don't start scoring right away, and he finds himself in places where, all right, come on, man, we need a hit here, and he doesn't get it.
Yes.
I don't know. But if this team hits the way we're, I think, all expecting, I think it should be a pretty easy transition for him.
I can't wait to see Joel Embiid tonight against the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, I think he'll be amped up a little bit.
I think he will, too. In
Yeah.
fact, I'm looking at my sportsbook app from BetParks and thinking, how many overs can I wager on?
I would bet the house on the overs.
That he is going to go on and have a huge night tonight.
Yeah,
That
I
it would
wonder
be
what
his night.
The last two times these two have played each other, I mean, Embiid has just asserted his dominance like no other. The last time he went off for 47, 18, 5, and 2. The time before that, it was 34, 9, 4, and 2.
You think the Ringer is having emergency meetings today?
I think it pains them to have to get on board with the Joel Embiid for MVP talk.
How will it be, Pat, you're in their editorial meetings. How is it going to be spun? Because it appears enough of the national media's, all those little blind polls they do and everything, it looks like it's absolutely Embiid's to lose by a slightly comfortable margin. So how do they change their whole marketing plan as far as Embiid?
So if you remember
Their messaging.
the movie, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory,
Yes.
the Veruca Salt's father
Couldn't stand that.
was sending out, the amount of people to find a golden ticket
Right.
for Veruca. I think that is what Bill Simmons is currently doing, but he's sending out people instead of finding a golden ticket, it's to find a golden stat. And it's a golden stat that would point to why Jokic is truly the MVP.
By the
he's
way,
looking in every basement. He's looking on every forum. He's looking at every blog, and he's trying to locate a new advanced stat that he can point to.
by the way, has Ryan Russillo drank that Kool-Aid? I used to work with Ryan.
I don't know.
Because I don't know if he never seems to me like somebody who would be totally suckered in to buying that BS against Embiid. But he doesn't like Philly. He's a Boston guy.
Yeah, I don't like him either.
Well, he's a good dude, but
I'm sure he's great.
still, Boston
Kick rocks.
You don't like that.
I don't know. I don't know if he's part of the clique.
Because it is embarrassing. It really is embarrassing the way that they literally go out of their way to try to downplay what Joel Embiid is.
Well, and I was told recently that Bill Simmons has said that Embiid's the MVP, but once again, it's probably...
Do you care now?
It probably pains them.
Right. Do you care what he says now?
I never
After
cared
that?
what he said anyway.
Correct.
I get annoyed more so that the Ringer has 5 votes for MVP
That's wild to
than
me.
I do what the Ringer
they
actually
really?
has to say.
Yes.
Because
Wow.
the fact that they have that many votes, that's what I care
Now, they are
about.
regional, though, Bob.
I
So I guess it counts that way?
But I've never once woken up and thought, man, I wonder what Bill Simmons has to say. And he's been very successful in his career.
Sure.
But it just annoys me that they spin this rhetoric, and that's their prerogative. That's fine. But then the narrative gets into the 6 votes that they have for MVP, and that sways it, and that's what annoys me. But I don't really care what they say about Embiid and the team. But they
Joel's big night
they
tonight.
shouldn't have that many votes.
It's big night tonight.
Yeah, he takes these games personally, as we know. It's
I
a
hope he
shame
does.
it's the third of in 4 days that they're on a West Coast trip, that the tiredness is a real thing today. I'm not building any excuses. It just sucks that we're probably not going to see 100% Joel Embiid. But I think I wonder what the combined total is. I don't have it on my app.
Yeah, I think
right
they're
now.
waiting to see about Harden.
With points, rebounds, and assists for him tonight. When it gets up to that 50 area or
50
something
and a
like
half.
that, that's crazy.
Jamie's been charting it for his podcast.
On the
he does,
Bet Odds pod,
which
he
is-
talks
yeah,
about
which
it.
is Daily Odds Pod, and it's great.
Yeah.
It's great. Listen for dog walking, but he talks about how it's insane the over under for not just points, but the total points, assists, rebounds combined.
Yeah.
Like, this dude's reaching like 52.
It's amazing.
It's and you don't see guys reach that number, but I don't think they'll actually have a number out, Bob, until it's official that he's playing. A
I
lot
think
of
it's
times
more-
these sports books don't put a number out.
Yeah, that's the truth. Plus Harden, though.
Yeah,
the
if
hard
Harden's
hardness
playing
show,
or
like they
not,
need
too,
to know if these guys are playing before they.
Because if Harden's going,
I'm sure you get it.
anything under 50 and a half, I'll go over. I'll go over it. If he starts to get like 51 and a half, 52, I'm going to get a little.
I'm taking over for all of it anyway.
You just go for
I
fun
think he
tonight.
just goes. I think he goes off.
All right, no number 1 seeds made the Elite 8. So that was freaking wild. No number 1s, no number 2s, no number 3s show up for the Final Four. Good thing or bad thing?
Oh, I love the games. I've loved them.
Different question.
Yeah.
Different question.
Yeah. Is
Good
it
thing
good
or bad
for the
thing
game?
for college basketball?
I think it's fine.
That nobody of brand, that it's San Diego State and FAU and everything. Because I have a feeling a lot of people will just tune out. And I think that they've missed some great basketball if they did. But I find that I'm watching less of it because of not name brands that I know. I'm watching.
Who was in the Final Four last year? See, we don't really remember. And
Duke?
it was North Carolina, it was Villanova, Kansas. It was like the biggest of big. But a year later, we don't remember who was in it.
No, but
I
I'm talking about
don't
this
think
weekend,
it-
though.
I know.
Like
I don't
this
think it
weekend I
matters.
watched less. I watched less this weekend, not knowing the brand names. I still made time to watch it.
I love that. I love going, can the Florida Atlantic, can they win another game? No way Miami can beat a Texas team like that, and they come back from 13 down and win it.
With Gus
I
coaching
love
them.
it. I absolutely, I don't need to have the brand name there. I need to have good, exciting, fun basketball, and I think that's what these lesser seeds, more than any time, have brought us.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I think in being a fan of a mid-major in Temple, I think this proves that you can hang with the big guys and you can.
Oh,
you
no,
can contend for national. I mean,
Pat, you need to stop talking. They're going to tell you that that's not true.
That's fine.
You know, you're at Temple. You cannot do this. This cannot be done because we're constantly preached to by the local media here that Temple fans need to change their expectations.
Never listen to the local media, John.
As FAU goes to the Final Four, and San Diego State goes to the Final Four.
What local media has told you that Temple can't go to the?
I can read it. I read it.
whatever?
I read it last week. Temple fans need to change their expectations.
Who was
Yeah.
FAU is in the FAU's in the Final Four. San Diego State's in the Final Four.
Okay.
You can do it with great coaching. You hire a great coach can do it.
I don't disagree with you.
And Temple's a more
I like
attractive
this.
place to coach than either of those schools.
So I like this.
I don't know how attractive Temple is at all.
Than FAU or San Diego State basketball.
Where is FAU?
It's in right above Del Boca.
Florida.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nice.
No, but I understand.
It's fifth in wins
I don't think
program.
It's what?
Fifth in wins all-time program compared to FAU, which is
But that's
I mean,
that's
where
like
are we
the
going
Dallas
to?
Cowboys talking about.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying is
Super
that
Bowls. It doesn't
it's
matter at
we've
this
been
point.
told as Temple fans you can't win. It's unrealistic. Change your expectations.
We were told by one or two guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it
You
doesn't.
can't win. What do you want to win? What is the win?
As I'd be fine. There's no reason why you can't do
You had a string of pretty recently a string of 20 to 25 win seasons for many years.
Yeah,
Anything
that
that's
result
good.
in tournament.
I know. I hear you on that.
I wanna
That
see
was
some
the frustrating
tournament
part.
success.
Yeah, I mean, if
Okay.
you're a Temple fan, that's what you want right
That's
now.
what you
is,
want.
is to get to the tournament and win a game or two. I mean, the fact that they haven't been in the tournament in like a decade.
It's a disgrace.
tough look.
And when you're looking at these teams going in,
But that's the thing is you can win. Like these teams are, to your point, are proving that you can have success at a lower level. College football. I look at the season that Temple had back in 2015 when they had game day and
Greatest
they beat Penn
ever.
State and they should have beaten Notre Dame, right? And they were ranked. Like that to me is the most, and it was the most successful season in program history. But that was like, my God, this is great because I know deep down that Temple's never going to win a national championship unless they get to a better conference. But in basketball and college basketball, it's the beautiful thing about it. You can win a national championship no matter what your school is. You just got to get to the tournament. And we've seen Butler, like back-to-back years, the year that Butler went and proved that it wasn't a fluke. And now this year, and with the portal the way it is, and guys going to big schools but then transferring back home and going to a smaller school and building it up, it's an exciting time to be a college basketball fan.
these coaches a coach can transform an entire program. I mean, look at now. These guys are probably going to move on. I would guess that they won't be at FAU and San Diego State very long.
Steve Fisher's like 150 years old.
Right,
He'll be
exactly.
at San Diego State, but
Yes.
the FAU guy, I don't know who he is, but he probably might.
And Steve Fisher knows how to coach tournaments, Bob.
Yeah, he's not
certainly
bad.
knows. He certainly knows.
I think he won a national championship.
Yeah, and
sure.
he was 6-0 his first 6 games as a coach, coaching in the NCAA championship.
Yeah,
that's
he had
That's what it takes to win a championship.
But that's incredible. Your first 6 games as a coach, you go 6-0 and you win the title.
He had this group at one point called the Fabulous Five.
They were fabulous.
Yeah, they were the Fabulous Five. It was 5 players. And
Okay,
they were
tell me
I thought it
how
was
fabulous were.
4+1.
Yeah, how fabulous were they, Pat? You're the king of fabulous.
They were pretty damn fabulous until it came time to call a timeout. And they
Yeah.
didn't realize
They
that
had cool shorts.
they didn't have one. They did have cool shorts.
They set a fashion trend that, just rode forever.
Just recently went by the wayside.
Connor never followed it. He thought that
He was all bringing back
He
the
was-
short
yeah,
shorts
he
that
was-
I wore in high
He
school.
wanted the short
Rick
shorts.
Barrys, the John Stocktons.
John Stockton's.
Yeah.
Wasn't holding much.
The
It is coming back.
Show those
Short shorts are coming back.
Show them
Show a little
thighs
bit.
off.
Show a little bit.
Let's go, man.
Wearing the chubbies. He's got the chubbies.
Let me see them calves.
He's wearing them. So it's I'm anxious to see because I did watch less though because of not knowing the name brands, but I enjoyed saying, okay, well, I'll check back. I know this game will be in the last 8 minutes. Now I'll go watch the last 8 minutes.
I think you're in the minority with this though. And my dad's like you with this, where my dad loves the NBA playoffs more than the NHL because he looks at it like, well, the best teams in the NBA are going to be there at the end.
Right.
There's no chance of an 8 seed fluking its way to a championship, right? And I think the majority would go, no, I like that. I like the fact that I get in the playoffs, I have a shot. So,
like in hockey, you never.
yeah,
A hot goalie can carry.
Can carry you, right? And in the NCAA tournament, as we're seeing, a hot team with the right coach and the right group can win and can win it all possibly. And I like that, but I think that there are people like you and like my dad who will go, no, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that they're number one seeds, because if the number one seed faced that team, if Virginia faced FDU 10 times, they'd win 9 of them. Well, so there are people.
I love it because of look, the ultimate goal in sports, nobody's going to win every time.
No.
And, the same old, the Kansas, the Dukes, and North Carolina, okay, great. But in UConn, you have a team that goes up and down that can score like crazy. In San Diego State, you have a defensive, tough team. I love the different ways that college teams figure out how to win and get to the places where they're going. That's why I love when the underdogs pull upsets. I love it. I think it's great because it's a way that they figured something out over a better opponent, and then to carry it on, I love it.
And here's what I love about it more than anything. Is I love it for the kids because this is it. For most of them,
they're probably done.
I mean, you might have, and an FAU's team, you might have, one pro? Maybe.
Probably not.
Maybe in a camp. Other than that, you're looking at a lot of guys that are playing for Tel Aviv's squad next season. So the fact that
God bless them all.
And you get these
What's their
legendary
nickname,
figures.
Tel Aviv?
The Muskrats.
Okay.
So, the Tel Aviv Muskrats.
Muskrats.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. But the fact that these kids, this is it. And to beat a North Carolina and a Duke and some of these number one seeds, that's the pinnacle of their life. They're going to be talking. Like, me and my friends still joke about Kevin Pittsnogle.
Oh.
From West Virginia.
Pittsnogle, man.
By the way.
Dude's a teacher in West Virginia, but he's the man now because of his run to the Final Four with West Virginia.
Vice principal.
Is he vice principal now?
He's vice principal.
Good for him.
I saw they had him on. They had him on one of the pregame shows.
That's awesome.
He is now a vice principal.
Yeah, I mean, you see these legendary March Madness legends, and it's like, what happened to them? And most of them aren't playing pro. They're working regular
kids
jobs.
from Duke and North Carolina and Kansas. We're gonna see them plenty of times.
Yep.
We're gonna see them for the next 10 years. Like, to see these kids on San Diego State and Florida Atlantic, that's cool to me. This is cool. It's gonna be the last time.
I think it's great.
No, it's awesome
for this amazing experience that they're all getting, which is crazy.
Yeah.
This is gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild to watch it.
Yeah, and
I don't care.
It's gonna be a trend, not a one-off. I think with the portal.
I do believe it will be too, and I have no problem with if my team, like Temple, goes out and hires one of these great young coaches and goes out there and does it. I would have no problem at all if they went and did that, and then the coach got poached.
Well, they're looking at the Penn State assistant, Adam Fisher, right now.
I don't know anything about
the
it.
opening to Penn State is open, so I think they're kind of waiting to see if he takes that job. And
I was talking about this with a buddy the other day. The Penn State coach leaves and goes to Notre Dame. We're talking basketball.
Shrewsbury.
Yeah.
Is it
lateral move?
No, that's an upgrade.
I mean,
Notre Dame's an upgrade.
Basketball-wise, it's probably an upgrade there.
School's an upgrade. The brand of Notre Dame?
The way Notre Dame's getting in basketball to where Penn State is growing, it's not that much different.
I think if I'm him, I go, Penn State grew to this because of me.
And I'm bringing the brand
Before
back.
That, they didn't make the tournament.
Yeah.
Pat Chambers was there for 8 years and they didn't make the tournament.
So there it is.
Was he there 8 years?
Yeah, he was there for a while.
St. Anastasia's
I'm serious. Look it up. I think he was there for 8 years. And he's a guy that just interviewed for the Temple job.
And I'd have no problem.
I would have a huge problem.
Why?
Because the way he acquired players at Penn State was very shady.
Shady or
very shady.
Shady or completely over the top. You don't. I mean, like if Rick Pitino wanted that job.
Ricky Rowe from Blue Chips, kind of shadiness. Let's just say that.
Do you know who the all-time assist leader for San Diego State is in basketball?
Tony Gwynn.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Tony Gwynn is.
Fantastic.
The stats that you'll find on that guy are amazing.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Win Donation. Make a donation to the AACR today. The American Association for Cancer Research. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We look forward to having you back tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Tim Kirkjian joins us at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Plus, there's a big difference for Rob Thompson we'll get into, too, about his second season. John Kincade Show. Have a great day, everybody.